What's so important about carrying these weights, struggling and cheering on your fellow comrades? It's so important because it gives people the belief in themselves. I am a warrior, I am strong, I am resilient. That warrior mythos, it exists in every human being. But many of these first world things need to be erased to get to that warrior ethos inside. Erased. The wind, the trees, the mud. Working together, running together, struggling together. It takes away all the noise.
This movement transcends cultural barriers, and it's affecting people from every corner of the world. It occurred, this was much bigger than just a weekend event. This was a sport. In the last 4 years, we've seen this sport grow and grow and grow. It's been a hell of a ride.
The U.S. Championship Series is really starting to define the sport as a whole.
They are literally neck and neck.
We've got 6 races to test somebody over multiple distances. Who is the fittest across all of these domains? Who really is the best?
We're pitting the best athletes in OCR against each other. We're out there battling as hard as we can.
It's very, very competitive.
To win, it's going to take perfect performance.
Every race takes everything out of you.
It's about heart, grit. It's basically about human survival. It's about being tested and living up to that test.
Good morning, Spartan Nation. We are live from Monterey, California for the Golden State Classic, the second of 5 races in the Spartan U.S. Championship Series. And today, we have an exciting one, as athletes from all across the nation will be coming together to battle it out for valuable points in the U.S. Championship Series and their chance to lay claim to over $100,000 in cash and prizes over the next 5 months. I'm your host, David Magida, and I'm joined once again with expert commentary by Rose Wetzel and a guest appearance from Matt the Bear Novakovic. Thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you for having us. It's great to be here.
There's no place I'd rather be other than the course, but if there's not one thing I like more is watching. It's being out there, but here we are.
Yeah, Matt, it's amazing. You're not out there today, and I think a lot of people expected to see you out there at the race. But there's no place we'd rather have you than right here by our sides. We get amazing commentary from Matt the Bear himself. So let's talk about this series. And we know that you have to win, or you have to finish at least 4 of these races over the course of the year to get scored. So tell me a little bit about how the scoring system is going to work, Rose.
Yeah, so it's exciting. So people have 5 races that they can choose from in the U.S. Championship Series here. And if you miss one, then you don't leave yourself a lot of room for error. But if you make it to all 5, you really get you give yourself that opportunity to kind of have that not so great race. So those of the people who are here in Seattle have a good shot at being able to just set themselves up for success.
And Bear, talk to us a bit about how this series has impacted the sport and changed it.
It makes every race matter a lot more. It used to be a day and age when you could kind of pick one race or maybe 10 races or whatever races a person wanted to pick, and it just didn't matter as much. Now it matters. Building your whole season around races that are important, that have points. The points matter. You can't go out and have 2 bad races. You might have 1. In fact, you might even skip 1. But 4 matter a lot.
And so we're taking a look at the schedule right now, folks. And as you can see, after this race, next up, we're headed to Palmerton, Pennsylvania on July 8th, Asheville, North Carolina on the 29th of July, and then we'll wrap up the season in West Virginia with the only beast of the season, August 26th. Now, today's race in particular is different than all the other courses when we talk about the terrain. So, Rose, describe the terrain out there. I think both of you have had a chance to walk around the course, check it out, raced here last year. And we know it's a bit more of that fast, dry, gritty terrain, but describe it to me.
You know, it's a fantastic course here in beautiful California. It's fast in that it'll start flat, it'll start fast, very similarly in a way to Seattle. However, we have some, undulating hills and some very steep descents. And so the people who are willing to take some risks on those descents will, I believe, pull ahead. And it's going to be an exciting race. Lots of great obstacles, some gauntlets that will test people to the max. And we'll see in the end who prevails.
And Matt, you ran the first race, Seattle, just a few weeks ago, and this course varies so much from that. So talk a bit about how this course is going to change the type of athlete required and how the race will be run differently.
Well, we're going to talk about it a little bit later, but there's a couple key moments in this race that's going to change things up dramatically. There's a moment that I'm excited about. I'm going to leave it a little bit for later to talk about as we get closer to it. But it's about 2.5 miles into this race. I think the leaderboard is going to change dramatically, and then after that, later in the race, there's a very, very exciting finish. But that's what makes it exciting, is when these obstacles get put together in different orders, it throws things off.
So we have a ton of incredible athletes out there today, a lot of whom raced at Seattle, a lot of whom were some of our best finishers. We did have the champion from Seattle, Alyssa Hawley, and Ryan Atkins both in attendance today. And it's going to be a fascinating race to see how it breaks down. Can they continue to carry that momentum through this next race, maybe on a course that doesn't particularly suit their needs and their skill sets? So down at the start line right now, we have Steve Hammond, and he's your course manager, and he's going to tell you all about what's going down today.
Good morning, guys. How are you? It's awesome here. We've had a great morning so far. The buzz here is incredible. They're just about to jump over the wall, and it's going to be good. So the course we've got for you is 8.5 miles, 2,000 feet of elevation gain. It's going to be fast and furious at the start. A couple of obstacles, and then they hit just 2 obstacles, which might be a game changer. You got the bucket and then the spear throw.
Steve, do you think the
you
bucket
come
and
out
the
of the
spear
spear throw in first or second place, it's not home and dry, but you will be in a very good place, because that is going to mix and match people up there, and that's going to be really, truly exciting.
Steve, after the bucket and the spear throw, there's a long descending mile around mile 4. How do you think that's going to change up the race?
Yeah, it's going to be super quick. I mean, people are going to be running almost a 5-minute mile down there. It is perfect trail. It's wonderful winding, and you can absolutely block it down there. Then there's a couple of obstacles which will split them up a little bit more. You've got barbed wire and plate drag, and then they've got a big hill coming up to probably about a 4 or 5 mile mark. You've got sandbags and another few hills and some big descents. I think descending is going to be the key thing in the latter part of this course. The quick descenders, we've talked about Hannah McIntyre, we've talked about Ryan Atkins, super quick descenders. I think that's where they're going to really shine in this. And maybe some of the flat road runners, which we might see a few like Mark Batras, they might be up there at the start. Are they going to be able to hold on with the descents and when the obstacles get a little bit tougher towards the end?
And you did mention Hunter McIntyre and Ryan Atkins, and we know that this is the premier event of Hunter's season, as well as a few other big names, Cody Moat and a few others. Talk us through the elite field, who you think the top men and the top women are going to be today, Steve.
Well, it's absolutely incredible that the men that are here, I mean, you come in the top 30 in this race, that is outstanding. The field is so unbelievably deep. It's very difficult to pick up, but obviously the favorites, you know, Killian, Hobie Call, Cody Moe. I actually haven't found out if he's here. I think that he is. I'm sure that you'll tell us soon, and hopefully I might see him around if he jumps over the wall. We've got the other, you know, there's Hannah, Ryan, who else have we got there? We have Mark Batres, who's going to go out like a, you know, bat out of hell. He's kind of my dark horse with Mike Ferguson, who did really well in Seattle, and he's not a familiar face in the OCR racing as yet.
So, Matt, right now, you've got an incredibly deep men's field. Who are some of the guys that you think are going to really stake their claim on a course like this, whose skill sets fit this course? And additionally, who do you think is going to be one of our dark horses today?
I would never consider a certain person to be a dark horse, but when I think of this course, whoever's going to win this is going to be someone's a little bit on the insane side. And the first person that comes to mind is Hunter McIntyre. I had a nice chat with him on the phone last night, and I said, Hunter, are you serious? Like, you've kind of been quiet lately. You haven't been training a lot with that. You've been doing a lot of like heavy lifting type workouts. He missed the first race. It's interesting to hear him with the confidence that came out of his mouth last night when we chatted. It makes me think, how can someone be that confident? And when I hear him talk like that, he comes out and he puts out.
And thanks for that. And thank you, Steve, for your input over there. We'll see you back out there on the course later on. I want to talk a bit about the women's race. And Rose, you've been very competitive on this course. You were on the podium here last year, as well as for the entire U.S. Championship Series. And I want to get your thoughts on these women that have been your rivals and your fellow competitors and your friends. And who do you think is going to excel out there today?
You know, I would say that along with the men, the women's field has gotten deeper and deeper every single year, and it's fun to see the depth out there and the just the way that people push and pull each other. And I don't think anyone's just going to win this from the gun. We have Lindsay, who is solid, who I'm sure has worked in her grip strength since Seattle, since failing 3 obstacles there. And you know, Liz is on fire. This is Rhea's home course. And Nicole Miracle is very speedy. Faye, I know, has put in the work, and she's ready to roll. So, you know, it's going to be very exciting.
And, you know, when we look at this field of athletes, and the women's field has never been stronger. You see a ton of incredible names up there of incredible athletes. And there's a name up there, or not up there on that screen right now, that may surprise people because she was with us in the booth here last race, and that's Amelia Boone.
Amelia Boone, yeah, she is racing.
Yeah, she ran in Austin just a few weeks ago, and she did pretty well. Mm-hmm. We're gonna talk to Amelia about that race right now.
I'm not gonna lie, my performance by my standards was very subpar. I'm very rusty. I knew that coming in. The point of coming out here today was to kind of gauge where I am and what I need to work on. My running has come back. I've been focusing a lot on trail running. I love to run. Surprisingly, I was scared of heavy things like the buckets and the tire flips. Start line's probably been the most nervous that I've been at a race. And as I got my groove and went through things and things seemed familiar again, I suddenly was like, yes, this is it. I need to accept that this is a journey, and I'm somewhere in the process, realizing how far I've come. 4 months ago, I couldn't even run, and I just finished a race. This is obviously very emotional for me. I mean, I have been with Spartan for a very long time. I went through a stress fracture in the femur, which knocked me out for 6 months, and then immediately trying to come back for Tahoe for the World Championships, I got a second stress fracture, and I've been out for a year and a half. There were points in that year and a half where I was just like, I'm never gonna make it back to that start line. I lost a piece of me. And it feels like I found that piece again. And that to me is just special. So I need to be respectful and keep my eye on further down the line.
Well, if there was anybody that you could be really this happy for getting back in there, it would be Amelia Boone, don't you think?
Totally. It's great to see her. She's putting herself out there again. She understands that she's not where she was before, but we all have to start somewhere.
And right now, the men's callover is underway, and you can see a couple of our top men out there. VJ Jones, the youngest member of the Spartan Pro team, as well as 2012 world champ and Ultra Beast world champ Cody Moat, one of the most dangerous athletes in the field and making his debut for the season today. Also coming over the wall, Robert Killian, Hunter McIntyre, and Ryan Kent. And so let's talk about who's got who's gonna be favored today.
You know, I will say Ryan Kent has definitely stepped up his training. He's now training at altitude. He's been working on his lower body strength, heavy carries. He is fired up. Keep eyes on him.
And there you see your 2013 and 2016 world champ, Hobie Call. Many would consider him the Michael Jordan of our sport. And Matt, you were one of the first people to take him down on a course shorter than a championship beast course, and you did it in your first race. So I had a front row seat to that one as well.
Right. I remember we were just starting to ascend. I was at about 10th place. I'm moving into 5th, 6th, 4th, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, I come up and I meet you for the first time in the middle of the race, and met Hobie Call. I didn't know who he was, but what an exciting opportunity and entry into this amazing sport.
And obviously that made you fall in love with the sport. And talk a bit about what it feels like to toe the line at this race as opposed to another race that you've been racing all
what's
your
interesting
life.
is I look down at this, and I preface this with, there's no place I'd rather be would be on the course, but the second place I'd rather be is watching sports. And here I am watching something that's exciting. This is amazing. We're looking at I would say in that group you have 3 or 4 of the top most impressive athletes in the world.
And it's interesting because all of these men, I think when people watch this, they look at it and they say, well, these guys don't like each other. But isn't it obvious how much you do? Like, you can't be more excited than when you're lining up with some of your closest friends in the world because you bleed and sweat and struggle together, and that brings you so close. So these men are all like brothers, and they'll compete like brothers, and brothers will fight, and brothers love each other. And that's, I think, a really fascinating thing about the sport.
It's interesting to look at that field. And I mean, right now you say, who do you think is going to win? And I mean, if I was to ask you right now, David, I mean, could you call it out with any accuracy?
Today,
I mean, it is stacked.
You know, we were talking about this last night about how it's so hard to predict who is going to be your top men's finisher because Robert Killian has been running so well, and he just made a few mistakes in Seattle, and Hobie's always fairly, you know, he's up there and fairly difficult to beat. And we know nothing about Hunter McIntyre's fitness right now, or Cody Moat's. They've just been out training and doing their thing.
And Cody Moat, you know, former world champion, he's amazing. There are a few obstacles he hasn't done yet, you know, the twister, the bender. And so we'll just see how everything prevails here. Hobie is always confident. He's been doing this for forever.
Now,
Let's
Cody
relax.
Moat, the big thing is people assume, oh, he's just a great runner because he was a trail running marathon and 50-mile national champion. But the reality was he's also a 3-time wrestling state champion back in high school. So he's got that grip ability. He's got that versatility and that body control that is very rare among top-level runners. So Cody should be a factor throughout. I wonder how aggressive he'll run the downhills on this race. You can see that an Atkins is going to keep himself up near the front simply because he takes risks. And right now, looking up at the board, you can see in men's championship history, all the field is so stacked here today. You have Hobie Call, Ryan Atkins, and Robert Killian from last year, your podium finishers. Robert Killian, Ryan Atkins, and Cody Moat from the year before. Racing royalty out here today, and these guys are going to take it to each other, and it's going to be a fascinating race.
I love watching Hunter and Ryan Atkins here. They're hanging out. They're having a good time. They went neck and neck last year in this race, and their skill sets are similar in a way. One could argue they're very strong. They've got great engines, and they are competitive.
Can we take a moment to talk about how amazing Ryan Kent's hair is right now? Because man, that looks good. And, you know, usually it was Hunter that was the hair boy.
Well, you can get to a shaved head in seconds, but how long does it take to grow your hair long?
I think it shows true dedication.
It shows that. You don't skip steps. You wait it out.
So I'm mostly curious today to really see how Hunter does. But right now, the national anthem.
broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. All the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow, it's so always amazing. National anthem at the start line of a race, and Bear, take us through how that feels right there before the race begins.
It's a crazy feeling. I've never been more nervous. Every race, doesn't matter where it's at. These races, the nerves are they're peaked out. The adrenaline's high. I don't know if it's a feeling of fear or excitement or happiness or nervousness, but can honestly say I've peed myself on the starting line.
Well, and I think we've all can say that we've done that at least some point mid-race.
Well, and I'd like to think that anything perhaps worth doing elicits that feeling of both a lot of excitement and anxiety, you know, and it means you're putting yourself out there. It's something worth doing, and I love that nervous excitement feeling on the starting line.
So which of these guys is going to come out hot and aggressive in the first few miles? We always talk about winning the first mile. Who is that guy? Because I think he's right there in front of us.
We're looking at him.
I think VJ Jones, Ryan Woods, if his ankle is healed up. Michael Mark is very fast.
So Ryan Woods is one of the fastest pure runners in the sport, and the first mile of this race is almost completely flat, maybe a 1% incline for most of that. A lot of these guys like to get out. They want to establish position, and Ryan Woods is definitely going to be one of our leaders coming out. He did last year.
A lot of people forget that, you know, if they don't know a lot about Spartan racing, Hobie Call's got a 2:16 marathon under his belt. Ryan Woods has gone under 15 in a 5K. You're looking at some of the, not only the best athletes in the world, but also some of the best runners in the country.
In far left, we have Bracken Crocker, who's also very, very fast. He's great at short distances, especially. He's training through this, but he could also be up there in the mix. We shall see.
And Bracken was an 800-meter specialist back in college. And you look at some of the guys, the versatility, the range. Matt, you were a cyclist. You were a runner, but you were also a cyclist. And then you have Robert Killian, whose background is mainly triathlon, where he mostly excelled until he found his Spartan racing. Hunter came from a CrossFit background of all things originally. You have a marathoner in Hobie Call and a trail running national champion in Cody Moat, and then track and field stars in Ryan Woods and Ryan Kent, and it's just such a versatile field. And don't forget about Mark Batris, because he's a 2:22 marathoner, I believe, so he's incredibly fast.
You know what's interesting about everything you just said is almost none of it matters, because this race is going to start out so fast and furious. I was in it last year. I think I was in probably 40th place, but then worked my way all the way into the top 5 after some of the excitement that happens at mile 2.5 with that bucket carry and the spear throw.
Well, and that's the thing. I think in a course like this, you don't need to go out super hard. Many will.
It's almost a disservice, wouldn't you say?
I would say you're draining a lot of necessary energy that you need later in the race, and you'll see guys that are more disciplined, that are more confident in their late race ability, like an Atkins, like a Moat, like a Hobie Call, who are going to say, let him go. I'll catch him soon.
Last year I went out in 5th, maybe 6th place, and I didn't move up till 3rd until I believe the bucket carry. And I think it was Rhea and Nicole that I passed, and they just had done many bucket carries in their life. And
that's just trusting what you know you're good at.
Mm-hmm.
And trusting that they maybe don't know what they're doing or that they don't realize how big a risk they're taking, because we have a bucket carry that is 1.2 kilometers today. And if those of you are curious, the men's bucket is going to be somewhere in the 80-plus pound range. 1.2 kilometers, half of that is uphill. It's going to sap some strength. It's going to hurt some lower backs. It's going to wipe out some glutes and hamstrings. And you're going to see the speed disappear from a lot of these guys who come out smoking fast.
Totally. Last year, people suffered in that bucket carry, and it'll happen again this year.
And it is a different hill that they're doing the bucket carry on this year. So last year it had that terrain that was really gritty.
We thank you for your courage and your patience.
It was very hard to get traction and questionable footing. Footing will be a little better, but it's just more grueling and longer period holding that bucket. And we also know the damage to that grip is going to be impactful towards the end on that finishing gauntlet.
All that you hold down
the
the
race
scooter.
looks like it is
Sons of
about
Sparta, I bid you stand and fight.
Hunter
But this is your moment.
Not
tomorrow, not next week, but right here, right now. It's your Spartan Series. Who am I?
I think he was doing the Carlton dance.
I think
Who am I? Who am I? Supposed to be prepared for glory. Let's go.
And the runners are off out of the gates. I am expecting to see some serious fast pace over the opening mile. You have a few walls to go over, but mostly it's just going to spread the racers out. It's going to open up this course. Rose, talk to us a bit about the opening mile of a race for you.
As you can see, it is fast. People are moving. They're jostling for position. They want to get into a good spot before they head into the woods, and it gets a little harder to pass people. So people are putting themselves out there. We shall see who is able to, hold this pace for a while.
If you look how wide open it is right now, you'll see that shortly the trails are going to switch to single track. So the guys who know the course or have a better idea of what's coming, maybe who raced here last year, know that they need to get out a bit. And so up in that lead pack, you have Hunter McIntyre right next to Ryan Atkins, and expect to see them sticking around next to each other or near each other for the majority of the race.
You got Ryan Atkins right there, Bracken Crocker.
Mm-hmm. And right now, I think the key is, and you see Mike Ferguson as well, the key is going to be efficient, don't waste energy. All these walls are just designed to sap a little bit of your strength and break your rhythm more than anything else. And we're only a minute into this thing, so.
Well, imagine for those who've never done a Spartan race before, running about 12 miles an hour, then coming to a wall. It's an interesting start to a very fast race, AKA stopping at a wall and getting over it.
And we're switching energy systems when we do that. So you're using your aerobic system and you're running hard, and then all of a sudden you've got to stop and you've got to have a quick burst effort and then get back up to speed and refine your rhythm. So you can see right now they're going to come under the A-frame cargo net. Later in the race, probably 3.5 to 4 miles in, you'll see them climb over that and head over to the heavy plate drag. So that will be a cool part of the course where you'll see the athletes loop over a place they've already run and open up into some new hills and some new climbs and some new obstacles.
You see on hill back in about 15th place. And one interesting also is Hobie Call's back. Not quite in the top 10, it looks like, which is good. Because that's the kind of thing Hobie does, is he starts within reason and he comes back blistering fast.
I would say there are a few men in this field who have more confidence in their ability to run everybody down than Hobie Call, and we saw him do that at 2013 World Championships. He sat back and allowed athletes to go way ahead of him. I think he was all the way back in like 20th place, and then he has that ability to close. And again, we're only 3 minutes into this race, so he has nothing to worry about.
And Hobie Call is 40 years old. He has been racing for decades, and he knows his body, he knows what he's capable of, and he knows how these races pan out. So he's just keeping people in front of him, looking at what they're doing, and being smart.
Got Badre in first place and Killian right there, first and second place. They're sending a little bit of a message out, wouldn't you say?
I would say so. We're about 3 minutes into the race right now. We just came through the over-under through obstacles, and up in that lead pack, you have Mark Batres, you have Robert Killian, Ryan Woods, Hunter McIntyre, Ryan Atkins. So the field is going to shake out the way, for the most part, we anticipated. You're not seeing any surprises or new faces up there at the front yet, but it's very, very early, so anything could happen. And as we roll through this thing, what's exciting is that we're going to have the start of the women's race very, very shortly.
Yes, I'm excited for that because, again, it's still early in the season. We don't know where everyone's completely at, so we'll see. Like, has Faye's training been paying off? Will she be stepping it up? Will someone new jump in? Who knows?
So the men's race is underway. The women's race is coming up, and we're going to go take a look back at last year.
Who am I? Who am I? That's right!
Coming into the race, I really didn't know how I'd be feeling after being the best ranger, but I went out and I felt good. You just have to go after it when you're feeling like that.
All right! When I see the double sandbag, I just start frothing at the mouth, like a rabid dog. Yeah, I'm gonna get into this. I caught pretty much everyone except Robert.
Going into the spear throat, I'm feeling really confident. I could
tell when I threw it was going to be a good stick. Just like, what the F just happened? I was furious.
I knew I had maybe a couple miles left. I could see where Robert and Ryan were. I'm about 40 seconds behind Ryan. So I get excited thinking, I'm going to win this thing. I'm going to fight and I'm going to make it happen. And a vine comes out of nowhere and wraps around my leg and whoo, down I go. I'm like, I'm not quitting. I'm fighting for this. No matter what the outcome is, I'm going to fight to the end.
Last year, winning the first U.S. Championship Series was hard. So whenever you have like little self-doubts popping up, you can think back, it's like, oh, I've won this thing before. I can probably do it again. You know, that's a powerful tool to have.
We're just battling it out for a second. I was like, I'm going to take a risk. I can skip from ring to ring and just see if I can do this a lot faster.
I'm running up to it. He falls off. Yes! I got him!
I would love to win again this year. It's going to be a grind.
And today's champion, Ryan Atkin!
Yeah, it's going to be a long, hard season.
What an incredible race in Seattle just a few weeks ago. And here's a look at our standings, both for that race and for the U.S. Championship Series. Right now, up in first, Ryan Atkins took the 300 points for first place. Hobie Call sneaking past Robert Killian just in front of the finish line with 299 points, and Robert Killian taking third for 298. So every place is 1 point. Every time somebody passes you, that's a point. So every place counts all season long.
And let's remind everybody that you don't see a few names on there, but that's okay because you get to drop one race.
And so you can see this was your drop.
This would be my drop. So if I choose to participate, I need to be there racing next week. If not, then I need to be commentating and performing here.
And I think the thing is going to be a lot of these athletes are going to pick and choose which is my race that I am going to drop, which is the race that I don't need. And maybe they said I'm in the middle of great training and I don't want to run that Seattle race like maybe a Cody or a Hunter said. And maybe it's, oh, I live in California. I can't really fly 3,000 miles and break up my training. I'm trying to peak for some of these races at the end of the season. So it'll be a little bit of strategy. Some people will say, I need to run all 5, and that's going to be my key to success. But the women's call-over is beginning right now with Heather Golnick, and she's a Masters athlete. And Rose, you know her very well.
She's amazing. She's a fantastic triathlete. She's here. She's ready to roll. We've got Chikorita, who's been around for a long time, solid athlete, great runner.
Yeah, Chikorita has improved in her obstacle proficiency a great deal, and that's going to be exciting to see how that impacts her performance. And as the ladies continue to come over the wall, the question is...
For the fun of it, I'm going to call out a top 5 finish for Heather.
Wow.
I know that she and her husband have built obstacles in her backyard. They have everything you see in the race. I think this race is going to come down to some surprises.
Here's Rhea Kobel coming over the wall right now, and Rhea Kobel was the Slovakia national gymnastics team. And in addition, when she stopped competing in that, she focused on her studies. She's at Stanford right now studying, getting a PhD in
Biophysics.
Biosmart.
Oh, biophysics.
Let's just go really smart.
So she's incredibly smart. She's also an incredibly talented trail runner, and she holds records on a number of ultra trail courses throughout the California area. So she's our local girl, Nicole Miracle.
She was very fast here last year. She was very fast in Seattle. She's picking up speed in the sport. She'll be one to watch.
And, who we haven't seen yet is Lindsay Webster. But look who it is, Amelia Boone, out of the booth and onto the course. And I know we're excited to see this. And, I think people need to taper their expectations with her. Like, her running may be fairly strong, but she was not able to train for like 18 months with her injuries that she sustained. It was a number of injuries back to back. And for her to be out there at all, I think that makes her happy enough. But let's see what kind of competitive fight she's got in her today.
Yeah, she's inspiring. She's been through so much, and she's putting herself out there again, and it's great to see. We've got Faye standing here, another amazing, talented obstacle course racer. I mean, the women's field is just stacked, and we haven't even seen Lindsay yet.
No, you know what? I saw Lindsay out of the corner of my eye, and she is out there already.
Oh, she is?
So
she was first over the wall. I think so.
First over the wall, they gave it to Lindsay Webster because she was your U.S. Championship Series champion in 2016. But the one everyone's waiting for today is Alyssa Hawley. Where is Alyssa Hawley? Because she was your Seattle champ. She's been running fantastic. If you look over the second half of the year last year, she was a major factor after being kind of separated from the leaders in the first few races of the year. She really came into her training groove. She really came into her racing groove. And the women know that she's dangerous, especially with that finishing gauntlet that we've got at the end today. A lot of grip strength. You might see a lot of burpees at the end for a lot of the leading women, just because the grip strength is going to be so sapped. And here she is, Alyssa Hawley. And she really hulks through that course on some of the strength obstacles, doesn't she?
And the downhills. She's impressive.
And so the sport seems to have changed a lot in the last few years, at least in the women's field, since the last time Amelia was really out here racing. And talk a bit about how the field has changed, and talk about maybe about how the courses have changed a little bit.
Well, the field, the entire sport is gaining an incredible amount of momentum, and it's drawing fast, fierce women and men from other sports. And so it's exciting to see how everyone mixes it up, pushes each other, and forces each other to be their best.
And I think the big thing is, if you look at the women's field from where they were 2 years ago and where they are now, the field is completely shaken up. How many of these faces are new faces? From Faye Stenning to Heather Golnick to Alyssa Hawley to Rhea Coble to Nicole Miracle. None of these women were here 2 years ago, and so you're going to see this continued constant shakeup of new blood coming into the sport, new athletes with different backgrounds, but amazing talent, and the level is going to continue to rise constantly.
And I'm out for this year, pregnant, hoping to be back by the Spartan World Championship in 3 months, and I'm excited to see, what will that be like? Who else will be out there? What will this sport be like in the 1 year that I will have been out?
Now, one of the things that I think a lot of people are looking forward to with this race, and they need to relax on it because it's early in the season, but Amelia and Lindsay have really only raced each other like once or twice ever. So I know over the course of this season, people are very excited to see that. But keep in mind that Lindsay's been training through consistently for over 2 years, and Amelia's got, 4 months of training under her belt right now?
Right. I'm interested to see. I have a feeling that there's going to be a couple that are going to pull away early.
Who do you think those people will be?
I want to say Lindsay's going to want to set a certain precedence, maybe strike a little bit of a fear into someone coming back as an Amelia. I think that would be interesting to see. But if I were one of the top women right now who is a fast runner, I would think this would be a great time to kind of get those heart rates high early.
So we know the girl who likes to, the lady that likes to do this frequently is Nicole Miracle. She loves to go out hard and set the tone for the race. Another athlete that really did well here last year and nearly won the race is Faye Stenning. She was very close to Lindsay Webster and missed her spear throw with that opportunity to steal the race. So this course definitely fits her skill set. She's got the right amount of speed. She can run the downhills. She's got a shocking amount of strength for her size.
And that's the strategy, right? If you go out quickly, you can either set yourself apart or you can burn yourself out. So you have to know your body well, what you're capable of, and what your competition is capable of.
I think the athletes with the most confidence in their abilities are not going to go out as hard. They're going to say, hey, I'm just going to sit back and watch carnage and fold. And some of them are going to have to say, hey, I need to set the tone. And speaking of setting the tone, that's what Alyssa Hawley did last race in Seattle at the U.S. Championship Series Event 1. And you can see first place for Alyssa Hawley, second for Lindsay Webster after not losing a single race the previous year in the U.S. Championship Series. And Nicole Miracle in third, 298 points to her. Faye Stenning off the podium for the first time in the U.S. Championship Series, a major shakeup. And we have not even talked about Rhea Coble in fifth and how dangerous she'll be. She's used to this terrain. Rose, when you look at this list, what names stand out to you?
Well, Alyssa did come off very strong in Seattle. At the same time, this might not be as much a course for her, though she will love the downhill. We shall see. Lindsay Webster will be strong. She always is. Faye, I think, will have a solid race. She's gaining momentum with the season. Rhea is just ready and fired up on her home course. And Nicole Miracle has a running background, but she also has a rock climbing background. So it's anyone's race.
Okay, so here's the question. We've got the men's race going. We get the women's race about to start. Top 3 men, top 3 women in order. Let's go.
I'm going to go Robert Killian, first place. Ryan Atkins, second. Hunter McIntyre, third.
Interesting.
I'm gonna go Ryan.
Which Ryan?
Atkins, Hunter McIntyre, Hobie Call.
Now, Ryan Atkins coming off a blood infection in his foot, so I'm curious to see where he'll be. He hasn't been training as much. And out of the gates, as expected, Nicole Miracle setting the tone early with Faye Stenning and Rhea Coble right on her shoulder. And we're going to see a very fast opening mile. And again, when we talk about that confidence to not have to go out to the front, Lindsay Webster was sitting back there in 7th position.
She knows where to be.
For women,
she knows what's waiting. She knows that there's a very pivotal bucket carry, and she knows that that's where things are really going to matter.
And she and Ryan Atkins, her husband, run very similar styles, and that's probably in part to training very similarly, that they both put a lot of time on the legs, and they know that they're going to have legs late in the race, so they don't feel a need to separate. Because there are many ways that you can run a race, and one of those things that you can do is try to break away and force your competitors to lose contact with you, and if you can, mentally, you crack them a little bit. And you can see that that's Nicole's style. But
Nicole
right now,
looks
coming
like
over the
a,
wall in first, Nicole Miracle, second place, Faye Stenning, third place, looks like we have Lindsay Webster. No. Alyssa Hawley up there.
Lindsay's not over yet.
No. So right now, the field is looking very, very strong. You can see Rhea Coble up there in 4th position. And it's just the overwalls right now. And again, just to break your rhythm.
Nicole looks as smooth as a U.S. national cross-country runner right now. She's moving. The terrain is flat. It's fast, and she's loving it. And she's going to have the throttle full blast all the way into mile 2.5. She's going to look for separation for sure.
Now, one person maybe most people didn't expect to see is Lee McCarthy's up there in that lead pack, and she's a local trail runner as well, and a very, very, very strong athlete, and she's run well here in previous years, and now she's just making her transition more so into the sport of obstacle racing. So we might have another top-notch woman on our hands out here. But in first right now, Nicole Miracle, Faye Stenning moving up into 2nd position, Lee McCarthy in 3rd, and then in 4th it appears Rhea Coble still holding strong, and I would say Lindsay Webster has nothing to worry about right now.
I would say if I was analyzing an athlete's form, I look at Faye in 2nd, and she looks choppy. She looks uncomfortable trying to hold this pace that Nicole looks so smooth, so relaxed. Her chin is relaxed, her jaw's down, shoulders relaxed, hands a nice even swing. Faye looks like she's laboring, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It just means like she's a little bit out of her comfort zone, which if I were her coach, I would say, hey, back off a little bit, relax. Things could come back later, and they probably will.
I completely agree. Yeah, Faye looks like she's working perhaps a little too hard this early on, but
Amelia looks smooth. Not to cut you off, but look at
yeah.
I know, and Amelia's sitting right on Becca Clifford's.
Right with Alyssa. I mean, this is called knowing how to race, knowing what your strengths are, knowing what your experience is. I like to look at an athlete's their wrists when their wrists are relaxed versus like they're punching the sky. That's the relaxation we're looking for.
And so now we're hitting the over-under through obstacles, and Nicole Miracle still in control and looking incredibly comfortable.
Looks like she's jogging.
Yeah, she does look completely relaxed, like she's just out for a stroll. And Lee McCarthy in 2nd, and Faye Stenning has shifted back into 3rd position. But, you know, a lot of it, she does have that choppy arm swing. She kind of always has. It's just her style. She runs with power.
Got Rhea in 4th, Lindsay in 5th. So already you're seeing Lindsay, who's moved from about 7th or 8th back in.
And Rhea looks smooth as well, and she also looks excited. She gave that little girl a high five. I mean, I think that Rhea's about to have a really good time.
She's loose and relaxed, and from speaking to her yesterday, she appeared to just be comfortable, and she doesn't feel the pressure that I think a lot of these other women feel. Lindsay Webster knows she has to win today because she can't be dropping 2nd place finishes when she was undefeated last year. and you look at a Faye Stenning, she knows, I need to get back on that podium. I wasn't off it all year last year. A lot of these women have a lot of pressure on them. Alyssa Hawley says, I've banked a first place win already.
Right.
I've got nothing to lose. She's playing with house money right now.
And Ray is thinking, this is my home course. I don't have a lot of pressure. I'm still new in this sport, but I know I have a lot of talent, and I think that she'll maximize that.
So we have both races underway right now, the men's race and the women's race, and we're going to take a look back at a recap from Seattle right now.
So Nicole took off flying. I was thinking to myself, like, I don't know if I can hold pace. As soon as we'd hit a technical terrain, I'd close the gap on her.
So I'm sitting in third coming into this heavy sandbag carry. It was just like I was out there any other day training, working just as hard as I do.
I failed my spear, and then I see Alyssa like closing in on me.
Nailed it, and I was so pumped.
He's right in front of you, about 10 seconds!
At that point, I was just like, this is really possible. Like, I could actually be Lindsay Webster.
I definitely felt Alyssa's presence. She's hunting me now. I could see that she was closing in on me. I hit twister. I got to the third last rung and fell, and then I'm doing burpees. I think I had 10 left to go, and then along comes Alyssa.
So I get on the twister, and that's all I could focus on was just like get that ring, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one until I could see the bell.
Yes, Alyssa, go! Go!
At that point, I am so dead tired. I look down at my calves, I'm like, come on, like let's hold out, please. It's like, okay, this is it. Like, this is all you have left to give, and the race is yours. I can't believe I did it. It was just like the best feeling in the world. Now I'm currently leading the series with a lot of pressure just to be that one that everybody's gonna be hunting out for. But at the same time, I'm like, come on, like, bring it on.
The Spartan U.S. Championship Series will unfold over the course of 5 distinct races. Speed, strength, and endurance will be tested as contenders must prove they can conquer each Spartan race distance.
To win the U.S. National Championship Series, you have to be well-rounded. You have to be well at sprints. You have to be well at supers. You have to be well at beasts.
The difference between a sprint and a beast is quite significant. So if you're able to win both of those events, in my eyes, you're one of the fittest athletes on the planet.
In the end, racers will keep their top 4 scores, and the elite male and female with the highest cumulative point total will make obstacle racing history and be crowned the 2016 Spartan U.S. Series champion.
To be the champion, it'll take a level of focus and determination over months. Every race is gonna count. You have to be able to finish strong no matter what.
It's gonna take a lot of what obstacle racing entails. Determination, focus, grit, a lot of constant drive.
U.S. Championship Series means a lot in the sport of obstacle racing.
We want to show the world that we're a legit sport with awesome athletes. We want to be a sport that people respect.
And welcome back, and we have an incredible race going on out there right now. And if you've ever thought about running a Spartan race, now is the time. Use the code MEMORIAL and save up to $40 off all races. Go to Spartan.com today and find your next race. Also this weekend, right now, up in the mountains of Vermont, Spartans are braving the elements at Agoge. It's an insane 60-hour endurance event. For all info on Spartan endurance events, check out Spartan.com. The race, guys, is shaking out nicely, and we have some of the top men out there on the course. Hunter McIntyre is in first place. He just hit his spear throw. I know Angel Quintero is up there as well.
Fantastic.
So who would expect to see Angel Quintero up near the lead after a bucket carry of that magnitude, Robert Killian, we know, just hit his spear throw as well.
That's good to hear.
Very
that is
nice.
great to hear. Yeah.
Like I said last night, Hunter was confident. He said, these guys better watch out. I'm going to come out swinging. And he said he's going to swing early. He's going to swing the whole time. And he's going to swing to the end. So
That sounds like Hunter, doesn't it?
well, it sounds like he's putting out so far. So to be in first right now after a long run, bucket carry, spear throw, that's pretty crazy.
And so again, right now, Hunter is holding first. He's hit his spear, so it's going to be an interesting event as it moves forward. Robert Killian in second place, Angel Quintero in third. We haven't seen Ryan Atkins or Hobie Call. We haven't gotten an update on where they are yet. You're about to see them out in the course. But let's get a recap of how this race went down last year.
When I got to that thing, I did not think about where it was situated, how steep it was. I'm like, damn it. Spartan race wants to crumble your spine, and the bucket brigade is the pinnacle of that. Everything you got to give, because the guy next to you, he's willing to give more if you give him this much room. I only thought about my feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. As long as I stay in that little thread of guys, that's where I need to be. The pony pack's thinning out. These thoroughbreds, we're moving forward.
It's slow work, it's dangerous terrain, it's the most treacherous footing of this entire climb as they work their way to the peak, and then it's gonna be who can descend faster. Ken McIntyre or Killian close the gap and get back into the lead.
Bucket brigade's everything. It's mental, it's strength, it's endurance. And I think that separates the field a little bit. You feed off of the other guys in front of you. Like, who has that mental capacity to push to that second gear to not quit on themselves.
The top 4 men are closing in on the finish of the bucket carry. Ryan Atkins is still in first, but Cody Moat has managed to stay right on his heels.
There you go, good job, good job.
The best climbing of the day, the steepest, the longest climbs of the day happen next. The top men are all going to be within 5 to 10 seconds of each other.
And welcome back to the Golden State Classic in Monterey, California, the second of 5 races in the Spartan U.S. Championship Series. And we have a race going on out there. You can see some of the terrain. Look how rolly and hilly it is. This is an incredible event. Men are at mile 3. We're about 26 minutes into this event. Hunter McIntyre in his debut race holding on to first position. Robert Killian in second position and Angel Quintero in third, trying to make up for that poor finish last year. And all 3 of those men have hit the spear. We have an incredible, incredible event coming for you for the rest of the day. We're going to take a look at the map right now. And Rose, talk us through this course a little bit. At mile 3, what have these guys got coming up?
So as you can see, we have 3 pretty legit uphill and descents. Again, we've talked about not only being a great uphill climber, but also those descents can really allow people to gap others who are not as just skilled and reckless at going downhill. And speaking of reckless, Hunter McIntyre can descend like just an animal. And so if he's already in first place with the downhill anywhere nearby, he's going to, I think, create a greater gap between himself and Killian.
And I'd say he's probably one of the best descenders on this planet that we know of. And this mile that they're running right now after the spear is almost essentially all downhill. It's the one we were talking about earlier, about a 1% downhill. You don't even have to try to open up those legs and let it roll. And then we have a gauntlet of obstacles coming after that.
This is going to be an exciting finish. I'm pretty sure if this doesn't get your heart rate up, you might not have one.
And we still have a sandbag carry coming up. We have some failable obstacles coming up. I mean, this race is not by any stretch, set in stone. Anything can happen at this point. The top 3 guys hitting the spear is one thing to put behind them at least. We saw the lead change in Seattle when Robert Killian missed his from first. But we have a lot left to go.
Momentarily,
we're looking
see
at the
athletes
A-frame
start to break out of the woods and approach this A-frame because they're going to come over the A-frame after the rope climb. They're going to hit the plate drag, they're going to hit the barbed wire crawl, and then they have a big sandbag carry. And Matt, I think that's what you were thinking about just now.
Yeah, they're coming up to that, which is just right before mile 5. Right here, we're looking at the A-frame, which those are that's another heat going underneath it. The heat we're watching for the men's elite is going to be going over the top of it, coming into mile 4, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing for the first time where these guys are versus just hearing about it. So in the flesh, we're going to see if they've mixed it up at all, and if Killian's been able to close back, how close they really are.
And the thing is going to be, we still have so much race left. So if an athlete is sitting back 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place, they're by no means out of this race.
Do not count out Hobie Call and Ryan Atkins, Cody Moat even. People are strategizing in a different way. Hunter's going out swinging, as he said he would. Not everyone has that strategy today.
And Hobie Call, he had the misfortune of falling off the Z-wall in Seattle, so he didn't have that opportunity to run with the leaders. This time, today, he does. Now, Hunter McIntyre has hit the A-frame cargo net in first. Let's see what his strategy is over the top. We assume a roll.
There's the flip.
Will there be a second roll? Yes, there will be. And a third.
What's interesting is
down
no one's in sight yet. This is insane.
Well, here you go. Robert Killian making his way up to the A-frame cargo net in
right
second.
with him.
Angel in second, actually.
Yeah.
And they're just neck and neck, and they're running together comfortably. And there's definitely not a huge gap, but it is a gap. And you'll see that Hunter McIntyre is going to do some damage on that plate drag. He's a big boy, and he likes to move weight.
And I heard that Robert Killian had a bit of a calf injury recently. He seems to be doing just fine.
Calf looks healed, looks ready and fresh.
Yeah.
Here we have the more field coming now. This is interesting here. 4th, if I see Bracken in about 6th or 7th.
I think
I
that's
see
Mike
Hobie
Ferguson
in 8th.
over there as well. Steve Hammond is our embedded reporter. He's down near the plate drag right now. Steve, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, this is super exciting. Well, Hunter McIntyre has just finished his plate drag. He absolutely destroyed the buckets. I was just up there. I'm a little out of breath to try and get back and catch them here. Oh my goodness, Hunter destroyed that bucket. He came into it about 3rd or 4th place. He walked past all the elites there, especially Robert Killian, who was in 1st place. Robert's holding his own, and I think the bucket of the day has to go to Angel, which was an incredible bucket for a runner. He's quite a lighty, but I tell you what, he was strong to carry that bucket as fast as he did. That was an incredible effort. We're just watching Hunter just go past us now. Robert Killian and Angel, who is having a great race.
Thanks, Steve. I think the question's going to be, who else do we have up there? Who's sitting in 4th, 5th, 6th right now? As Robert Killian makes a very fast crawl through the barbed wire.
Yeah, here we go. We have Hobie Call and Mark Batras coming up to the barbed wire crawl. They are sitting in 4th and 5th, respectively. We got runner Ryan Woods just behind, and then Cody Moat just behind him. Absolutely fantastic race. This is a real block. Anything can happen. They're all within 30 seconds, 1st to 10th, all within 30 seconds of each other. This is an incredible race, guys.
Any notable spear misses there with like Ryan Atkins? Why aren't we seeing him?
Yeah, where is Ryan Atkins? Did he miss the spear?
All 1 to 11 hit their spearmen.
Wow.
So Ryan Atkins is actually sitting in. Let me work it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. Ryan Atkins is in 8th place. Glenn Ratz has just overtaken him on the barbed wire crawl just now. This is incredible. We have 5 or the 6 elite men in the barbed wire crawl just now. They're struggling a little bit on the slight uphill, but they are. Hobie Call has just finished the barbed wire crawl, passed in the mile 4 sign. Oh, guys, this is epic. What a finish we are going to have here with the top 11 male elites all within 30 seconds of each other. David.
It looks like Cody Moat's been very tentative getting through that wire compared to some of the other folks who are blowing by him, and he just got passed by Ryan Atkins. Ryan Woods is up in front of him. You have a few other top athletes up there as well. And, Matt, I got to say, your prediction for all those missed spears didn't come to fruition today.
That's true. The spear throw was not only 50%, it was 110%.
It was 110%.
So we're going to say,
wow.
We're going to say that prediction is wrong, but I'm going to go with my prediction on Hunter McIntyre looking pretty strong right now, and I'm going to further the prediction with a massive victory. This is insane to have this type of lead before he's even got into his forte. Is crazy.
And it was at this point in the race last year, at this exact spot where the terrain that they're about to hit, that Hunter and Atkins started pulling away from the field because of the crazy downhills that they were really willing to open up on. So don't be surprised if he gets even further out in front.
He's got to be the best on downhills. And then just the fear that's going into, I noticed that most of the guys were afraid to grab the plate drag that Hunter grabbed just because it was so hot. It was still steaming from how fast he drug that thing over the rocks.
And we know the course is incredibly fast today because we're not even 35 minutes in, and these guys are halfway through already.
Right.
And they're
Here we
through
are.
a bucket in addition to that.
Right. And here we have Ryan Kent. He's working to stay up there in the mix in that top 10 or so.
I guess the question is, how does it happen that a guy can run so up close to the front for the entire race in Seattle? 5 weeks later, he's in like 15th position. The shakeup is huge, and a lot, I think you can attest to the fact that the
and
athletes
inverse
are great.
for Angel.
And an inverse for Angel, exactly. So Angel was just not a factor in Seattle, and the terrain was different. It was wet, and soggy, and tough to run through, and you can see how different it is when he has that ability to open up and skim off the top of the ground and be light. And maybe that's one of the facts, is that Ryan is more of a strength runner, Angel is more swift.
Well, and let's not forget that Ryan Atkins was going for this really amazing record up in Canada, and he did get a blood infection in the process. So that's probably a factor, too.
And Ryan Kent, who we're talking about in this instance.
Oh, Ryan Kent.
It's always
Right.
confusing with two Ryans out there.
I'll say, because Ryan Atkins
And
definitely.
that's Chris Chapman coming over the A-frame wall right now. But right now, we're going to toss to a replay of the men's spear throw.
Can you move this bail? I've seen people do it. Tell me the truth right now.
Can they move the bail?
No, don't touch the bail.
Move the bail. Cannot.
Do not.
Not move the bail.
That's it.
Hey, you gotta move the bail. Go, Robert! Mark Watchers makes a spear. Cody makes a spear. Kobe makes a spear. Black makes a spear. Atkins is a spear.
Everybody get their spear signed. Good.
Let's go, Ken! Let's go, Ken!
You can cut that camera and bring that card down.
Are we moving?
No, you're going back to the ring.
And, you know, it used to be that there was always the last obstacle of the race. And now we've got early on, so you can make a mistake and you can still make up for it. Not that any of these leaders did, but look at this terrain out here that these athletes are going to be running on. They're going to climb this hill, and believe it or not, it's like a small mountain out there. It's going to be a faster climb than some of the grueling ones that we're used to seeing out in like Palmerton at the next race.
It's very runnable. It's very fast. These guys are going to move really well over it. I would say that Robert, Hobie, those guys need to make a move now and close that gap. If Hunter has a gap going into the downhill, it's only going to get bigger. He's going to roll like a ball.
And Hunter and I were speaking last year before I met Robert Killian, when Robert had only run a couple races, but one of them had been that he'd won the World Championship, and then he appeared and became a continued member of the pro team. And Hunter said, I have never seen a man run uphill faster than Robert Killian. He was referring to Cody Moat, and he was referring to you, and he was talking to all these guys. Robert Killian is just an amazing climber.
If this is the leaders.
It looks like Robert Killian has actually passed Hunter, but watch the descent because Hunter's going to blow by him again.
They're together. Robert pretty much said, no, Bear, you're wrong. I'm going to make it a race. I'm going to close the gap, and I'm going to show Hunter.
Now, actually, if you watch their style, Robert is actually leaning down the hill more than Hunter is. Hunter seems to be breaking a little bit. Yeah, he's leaned back. And so he's obviously not concerned with pushing too hard on this particular downhill. Now, also the question will be...
facial expressions are that of an athlete who looks a little taxed.
He's hurting. He's hurting right now. And I guess the question is, has this being away from the sport...
Now, here's what he needs right now is this sandbag.
maybe he was just saving himself for the sandbag knowing it's coming.
All we know is that was a huge relief for Hunter to see some weight, some heavy carries, and I think Robert's probably thinking, this is the last thing I want Hunter to have in his hands right now, is a 75-pound small child.
And this is what we call a battle, guys. When you look at how these two guys with totally different skill sets are taking it to one another. And Killian is a man who, he's not as big as Hunter, but he is used to carrying weight on his back because he was, a Ranger and he serves in the U.S. National Guard. But right now, Hunter looks very comfortable coming through this. Talk to us a bit about how the body's feeling at this point in the race, Bear.
It's just to have the weight bearing down on you. It's already a heavy blast on your body to descend. Now you're adding the weight of the sandbag. Hunter looks like he really is trying to establish a gap right now. He's aggressive. He's going hard. But he's got a little bit of a gap established, but now they're going up.
I would say Hunter looks like he's working very, very hard, perhaps a little too hard. He is actually using his grip strength by only doing one hand, as opposed to look at Robert Killian is not using his grip strength at all.
Very good point.
And we do have Hobie Call in third place now, descending, and he looks very comfortable. And what I would argue is that right now, Hunter looks the most uncomfortable, and that is his style, in that he doesn't have necessarily the natural running ability that these other guys have, but that he has the ability to redline his body for incredibly long periods of time. But look, he is not getting away from Killian on this climb right now.
What Rose was saying, I like what Robert's doing right now. Hands are not getting taxed. Hunter is absolutely doing a huge mistake right now with letting that right hand work at all.
And Hunter also has extra weight down his back and not as close to his core in a way, in that Robert Killian has the weight evenly distributed, and he just looks like he's more comfortable with it.
Ryan Atkins
looking very comfortable. Atkins, Batris, Moat, all of them look very, very comfortable.
I bet we're going to see Hobie come into the picture any second now. I think Hobie is right where he wants to be.
Now, the thing is, you can't just talk about the toll it's taking on their bodies currently. When you have a sandbag carry like this, it's impacting your lower back for the rest of the race. And with Hunter holding it on one shoulder, his whole core and midsection is compensating for that adjustment and that weight adjustment. That could come back to haunt him later on in the race. Robert Killian lost a few seconds toward the end of that climb, but in the long run, he's going to be feeling better as he comes and opens up. Hunter McIntyre in first place right now. Robert Killian 15 seconds behind, and then you have Hobie Call maybe a minute back from there. And look at them open up and run these downhills now, guys.
Hobie's yet to put the bag down, but as soon as he does, he's going to be flying.
He looks very relaxed,
like you
doesn't
said,
he?
it's the damage done while you're carrying it, how hard it is while you're carrying it, but when you put it down, that's where the real damage comes in. How fast can you get back your leg speed and get up to speed? So Hobie's put the bag down now. He doesn't look like he's quite got his legs back, but we're going to see what happens here.
Hobie Call is 40 seconds back now from the lead. So he is definitely in striking distance, and we told you he was going to move up, and now he has.
It is helpful for Hobie to keep those guys in his eyesight. He wants a target on them. He wants to know where they are, not let them get away, reel them in.
We talk about maintaining contact, right? And how much easier it is psychologically in a race. If you can see the guy in front of you, you still have a shot. But as soon as you feel like they're out of sight, out of reach, it's very hard to continue to push your body to its maximum limits to get yourself back to that person. When you see them, you can strike, and Hobie Call is right there in sight.
Now Ryan just putting it down.
Atkins,
so that's about a
minute and a half?
Minute and a half, 2 minutes back. He's going to need some
110 for
obstacles.
Atkins. 110 behind for Ryan Atkins right now.
That's a lot less than I guessed, and that's a good. That's not a bad place to be. We've got VJ here coming. We've got who we got there? We've got.
So that's VJ Jones right now climbing up the hill. And is that Glenn Reyes behind him?
That might be Glenn.
Hard.
Glenn looks pretty good right now, and behind him is Bracken Crocker, and usually I don't think you're used to seeing him quite so far back, but again, it's early in the race, and Bracken is a tough guy, so he may strike. But right now, the big story is the debut race for Hunter McIntyre. He is out in first place with a 15-second lead over Robert Killian in second place and Hobie Call in third. So Hunter McIntyre says, I don't care that you guys are world champions. I'm going to come in here and punch you in the mouth right out of the gates.
And you can come out punching in the mouth all you want, but what really matters is when you can hit that person in the jaw, and that's going to come to the most exciting finish I think we're ever going to see. When they get into the gauntlet of obstacles in the finish, there are 5 back-to-back grip strength obstacles. This is the first time Hunter has seen this obstacle.
This is Bender.
And he said, what am I doing? And now he knows. So he's over the top of it. The bender is new to him. and was not a problem.
So the big question that I have is this, and he's run very strong for the first 4 or 5 miles of this race, but we haven't seen him do a ton of run training. He's been doing a lot of CrossFit. He's been training for a bike race. Can Hunter maintain this intensity the entire time? Because he does look a little bit labored. He looks like he's in a lot of pain as he comes over the inverted wall. And we know that Hobie Call and Robert Killian are used to running these long races, and Killian is pulling himself back into this right now.
And I'll be surprised if Hobie doesn't get closer and closer to those two. You know, he's a smart racer.
You spend a lot of energy leading mentally. You crack a few, but you can also get cracked. If he gets caught, it's going to be a huge confidence breaker for Hunter. Hobie, the guy's a mastermind when it comes to racing smart, and I think that's where he needs to be. And we're not seeing him right now, and that's what Hobie wants. Now, we just saw him there go over the wall. Hobie doesn't want to be seen. He wants to be seen coming across the finish line in first versus anything prior to that.
We talk about Hobie Call and Robert Killian, probably two of the best strategic assassins in this sport, and Hunter is much more racing on bravado and ego, and that's, you know, Steve Prefontaine was an ego-driven runner and athlete, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Look at these gaps closing, though. Here we're already seeing
closing.
Ryan up and over the bender.
Atkins putting himself into a position to get back on that podium, but it's funny because we talk about Hunter, and I've always described him as Seabiscuit, which is the guy when you're running next to him, if he can see you next to him, he'll die before he lets you beat him.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting as he starts to fatigue more, if he can hold off these charges from these guys who want the late race push.
The body language of Ryan Atkins is much better than the body language of Hunter's is right now.
Very
Hunter looks labored, and frankly, it doesn't mean anything to me. With Hunter, it doesn't. I don't know what that means.
He's willing to dig.
He's about to win by a minute and a half, or he's about to get caught, but I can't tell.
He's never had the most graceful of form, so it's hard to take anything from how his form is looking right now. But what we know is that he has a high pain threshold. He's just willing to suffer. And as you can see, Mike Ferguson right now dropping that bag and heading over to the next portion of the course. VJ doing very well today, coming over Bender, and he's in what, maybe 6th, 7th position? Again, Glenn Reyes right behind him. So a deep men's field, and we're 46 minutes into this race. Again, for those just joining us, this is the Golden State Classic from Monterey, California, the second of 5 races in the Spartan U.S. Championship Series. And these men are battling it out for 300 first-place points. Every place counts.
Look at that epic view, though.
Look at this
Does it get any better than that? That is amazing.
They are descending this right now as we speak, and then they're going to be running up it again. So
you see Batres coming through around that corner.
For those of you who have never run a Spartan race or don't realize how challenging this sport is, they throw some of the toughest, most brutal terrain on the planet at you, and they say, hey, how about some obstacles in between that?
Cody Moat coming through in about 7th or 8th. He not looking as... But we can't say looking as fresh as we thought or what we didn't think, because you just don't know with Cody Moat. He's either going to come out and destroy or this is just going to be get his wheels back on and get set for the rest of the series.
And it's very hard to run a great A race every time you race. And I say one of the men who seems to always show up and bring it is Ryan Atkins. It seems like he never has a bad race. Cody Moat will have his ups and downs, and when he's up, he's probably the most unbeatable guy in the field. And then when he's down, he has a day where you can blow by him.
Arguably the best to ever run would be Cody Moat.
Arguably,
in OCR.
Yeah. And I think the big thing that you people have to keep in mind is he's had a thyroid condition for a number of years that has definitely limited him. And some days he feels great, and some days not so much. But when he's on, the most dangerous man in the field.
Ryan Kent going over the wall, looking solid.
And so right now you can see back at the sandbag carry, and it is taking a toll as athletes are headed down the next big descent. Look at this thing winding its way down to a valley.
Now we get a chance to see who perhaps took it out too quickly, who has been conserving and is ready to strike. We are beyond halfway through this race, and people are starting to assess where they are and really put it all out there.
Chris Chapman just finished up his sandbag carry, and he's on his way back out onto the next descent and the next climb, and he'll have a few big things on his way, Bender and inverted wall and a few others. And it is kind of a mental drumming to finish up a carry like this, only to run back downhill and run up the same hill you just finished.
Absolutely.
So it is a grind. But again, out here on the next portion of the course, the terrain, it is steep. It is a billy goat trail of sorts out there.
One thing to learn if you're new to Spartan racing or to any type of racing, endurance racing, when I used to be coached back in high school, my coach would say, take it out 30 seconds too fast in the first mile and it might cost you 2 minutes over a 5-mile course, or maybe even worse, 3 minutes. As Rose pointed out, we're seeing some of the gaps. Some of these guys were in the first place in the first mile, and here they are back minutes and minutes back, and it really takes your toll to go out too fast. So not going out too fast, sometimes give yourself permission to start out slow and just be relaxed and be in 20th place if that's what feels comfortable, because what matters is now 49 minutes, 50 minutes in.
It's Rose, it's just like we talked about in Seattle, about all these people that love to win the first mile, right? So tell us a little bit about how often you see that and what the strategy should be instead.
I've been racing for 20 years now, and it's just a matter of you really do have to learn what your strengths are, get to know your body, find your max. We see Hunter McIntyre looking down his watch. I'm sure he's gauging his heart rate. Those are things to consider.
And coming over the A-frame wall, the inverted wall, we have another athlete, and we're now 50 minutes in. So the next time that we check in with our leaders, we're going to be headed into a massive gauntlet of obstacles. Because coming up, these guys have got low crawls, monkey bars, Atlas carry, Z-wall, rolling mud, slip wall. But right now, your women's leader, Nicole Miracle, in first place, coming over the A-frame cargo net and headed into the pull. And she's got a little bit of a gap there.
Wow. Yeah, she looks great, and we don't see any women yet. And this is 35 minutes into the women's race.
Which is good news for her. Her concern might have been the bucket. Her concern might have been the spear throw, but she either made them or
and
we don't know yet.
It is distinctly possible that the spear throw is what has given her this big lead. Lindsay Webster apparently has missed the spear throw. We're waiting on word from some of the other top women, and then we'll get a recap on it shortly after that. But right now, Nicole Miracle is out there all by her lonesome, and all she's got to do is run a consistent race.
Dragging that plate right now, not even slowing her down. When you have this kind of lead, the confidence it starts to come. Now,
we have a second female approaching the cargo
I'm guessing, just looking at
You know,
style.
if you're Nicole Miracle and you know you're that fast and you have great grip strength from rock climbing, you might be feeling super confident. But if you have Alyssa anywhere behind you, and you do, this race.
For Nicole's sake, let's hope that's not Alyssa, but I think it is. And
It
I'd
is
say
Alyssa Hawley.
is exciting for us, the viewers, the commentators. I'm excited to see what's going to happen with someone who hasn't missed an obstacle yet.
Right now, Faye Stenning coming in third position up to the cargo net. So Alyssa Hawley's probably going to gain 10, 15 seconds on that pull alone of that sled drag. And then it's going to be a question of can Nicole run a perfect race to the finish? Because if she fails anything, she's not beating Alyssa today.
This is mind-blowing.
We got Rhea.
To see Alyssa answer the question, was it a fluke last week? And we're going to have to say no.
We shall see, yeah.
And then again, listen, do not count Lindsay Webster out because she just arrived at the cargo net despite her 30 burpees. So she is by no means out of this race. She's a minute and a half
scary
back.
when you get caught by someone who did 30 burpees, because not only did they take a minute and 45 seconds to do them, they also now have a minute of maybe slowed down in the next couple miles where you recover from those said 30 burpees. So that's a scary person to have chasing you.
Given that Faye and Rhea and Lindsay all just got to the cargo net around the same time, is it fair to assume possibly all three of them missed the spear? And we don't know yet. We're going to have to get a report down there. But they all look comfortable, and Nicole looks smooth.
Slow under the barbed wire. This is something she needs to practice for later races. She's kind of scooping under each one. You need to stay low. You need to roll. So either get really low and do what she's doing, or roll, but going up and down, up and down.
But she looks relaxed when she gets up to speed,
second
though.
place really fast.
Think about how much more relaxed Nicole Miracle looks than Hunter McIntyre did with the same lead. I think that Nicole has paced herself well, and I think that even with Alyssa behind her, she is not willing to give up her lead.
So Nicole is definitely a more natural runner, and Hunter is always been a bruiser. So when we check in with him, the question will be, can he hold off these pure, high-quality runners that are trying to track him down? And Nicole, can she do the same thing in reverse? Can she fight off this super strength machine that is Alyssa Hawley, who is just putting in a torrential pace through this barbed wire crawl, and she is not far behind anymore because she just wrapped up that barbed wire crawl, and she's about to take off running.
Oh, I've been stalked by Alyssa Hawley before. It is a little intimidating because you know she's just so strong. She's not going to fail anything.
And you see about 45 seconds.
Probably.
That's a nice lead. This is going to come down to obstacle efficiency, obstacle completion, and success. Faye looks aggressive, and Faye has that look of fire in her eyes that I don't think I've seen yet for a couple races.
Doesn't she always? She's hungry right now, and she's just got a slight edge.
Rhea,
but
Lindsay.
Lindsay's right there. Lindsay going with the crawl technique.
This is the tightest race for third I've ever witnessed.
This is going to be a fascinating battle as it breaks down, because don't put it past any of these three women as they all come out literally neck and neck. Don't put it past any of them to track down even your leader right now in Nicole Miracle. This race is by no means over. We're halfway in, 39 minutes, 40 minutes in, and Amelia Boone is not out of it yet either. And so I guess the question is, what happened to her on the spear throw? She's got an unfortunate history with the spear.
Though she hit it the last time in Austin,
She
so maybe
did.
she's worked on that. Those three women ahead of her, though, they are going to push each other, work together, and they could catch up to Alyssa. I really think that they could.
Now, Olympus is an obstacle that they just hit as well, and it is possible that somebody failed at Olympus. Amelia Boone should be happy with 6th place right now. Like, she is running a great race, considering the lack of training that she's had. And she's right there, so she's gonna pull this thing back, this plate drag back, and as soon as she does, she's on her way. And don't be surprised to see her make a second half move in this race, because the one thing that we've always talked about with Amelia is it's not her top end speed that's dangerous. It's the fact that, look at her high-fiving, it's the fact that despite the uphill, the downhill, the fatigue, she just runs that steady cadence the whole time.
Her endurance is fantastic. Is that Lee McCarthy we have
Might
right
be
in front
Lee
of Amelia?
McCarthy coming in. So
A new face.
Amelia looks comfortable. Lee looks comfortable. 8th place approaching the barbed wire crawl right now is Amelia Boone. So we're about to get some updates out there on the course. It's exciting to see what's happening next. We will take you through an incredible finishing gauntlet where you will pretty much have all of the action for the entire few finishing miles. We just got to get there.
If I were the viewer right now, I'd be saying, why did I miss the pivotal spear throw? Why did I miss getting to watch the bucket brigade? Because we wanted to bring you the absolute every obstacle into the finish where it really matters, and the camera, the coverage is going to be amazing.
No, it's true. It's true, and you can see an athlete here getting caught on the wire. It's never fun, and the barbed wire, for many people, some of the most intimidating portions of the course. And I can say we all have our fair share of cuts and scars on our backs, and Miss Boone here, no exception. And it's part of what makes Spartan Spartan. But out of the barbed wire she comes right now, and she looks pretty smooth. She looks pretty comfortable. Wrists are relaxed.
How many times do you think she's stood up out of the barbed wire in her life? Would she be on 75 races? I mean, she has got to be one of the most raced athletes to do Spartan racing.
So as the men are approaching the finishing gauntlet, the women are coming out of the barbed wire crawl and moving on, and we need to talk a little bit about race strategy right now.
My race strategy has always kind of been the same, actually.
You like kind of sitting back, and you always finish strong. I was on the sidelines all last year, so you know I had an opportunity to watch everyone race.
I like to hang back because like everybody else can like go at this strong, fast pace, but I don't get my second wind until like a little bit later. So I'm like, okay, you guys go ahead. I'll see you later.
That seems to be what Ryan Atkins does too. Like just kind of like runs his own race.
Atkins has hit his throw and has taken off running.
In cross country, the way I was taught is you go out fast and you try to hold the lead as long as possible.
There's also a mental advantage of getting out in front and losing the people behind you. Because if they can't see you in front, they unknowingly slow down.
Black bucket. And any mental games, honestly, in the end, only slows me down. And so I don't prefer to do that. It might look like I'm doing that out on the course, but I don't actually like to do that. I run my own race.
But I think it's one of those learning situations where you have to blow up sometimes and run other people's races, and then you go, oh, that wasn't a good idea. I tried to chase down Susanna 2 years ago in Tahoe, and I thought I had her, and then the wheels fell off because I wasn't running my own race. We've all been there.
I find I try and like run my own race, but like you definitely get caught up. Even in Asheville, we were just copying each other. It's like Rose would surge, I would surge. I love that though. I love that. Rose,
Guys do
I
that
just,
too. The sandbag carry. We're like, yo, bro. Okay, hey, we're good. I can take a break.
Yeah. But I think it's one of those things I've always said. I'm like, I don't mind getting beat. Like, if somebody else goes out there and runs a better race than me, hats off, kudos to you. What I hate, I'm sure what we all hate, is when you beat yourself. Yeah. When you make mistakes, when you do things and you beat yourself.
It's crazy.
Men are approaching obstacle 18 right now up on the board. So we got another low crawl coming your way. And the women are approaching obstacle 14, which is the sandbag carry. So you're going to see some things shake up out there. Matt, what do you think is going to happen when the women hit that sandbag?
I'm just excited to have, what do we have, four female athletes all in third place. That's a scary pack of wolves to be chasing you down. If I've ever been in a race where I've been in first, I like to see my gap getting bigger and bigger. That isn't the case right now per se, but we're going to find out as soon as we see him on the sandbag carry, because that group of...
Speed burst, engage. One frame count? I'm always really fast. So one frame count? Yeah, touching it. No, one frame does not count. Are you touching it or what are you doing? No, it's got to be in the... Mobile counter didn't count that. I don't know why you did that. Junior, I thought the bumper hit was horrible. That was not fun. That was not fun. I saw that second of 12, like, really?
Shifts the race day to day, and right now we're back at the sandbag carry, and this is Nicole Miracle, and she is running fast on that downhill right now.
That confidence.
I think she's saying, you know what, I'm gonna drop the hammer where I can and just get this gap up to a point that these women feel it's insurmountable. And I mean, when was the last time this far into a race she had a gap like this on Lindsay Webster?
Does it look like she's running faster with the sandbag than perhaps without? I mean, it's insane.
I'm so impressed right now. Look at how she looks compared to Hunter. She looks smooth. She's carrying it well, evenly, and she is just creating, I'm sure, an even bigger gap.
A little bit, but still running.
Listen, her climbing ability is top end, and I think people don't realize that because they look at her and she looks just like a normal runner. But her ability to ascend
it's too bad
is
she doesn't
incredible.
have grip strength because she's going to struggle on those final obstacles. Oh wait, she is a rock climber, so this is looking like an absolute blowout possibility in this race.
You know, I would not say anything is beyond the realm of possibility for failure because this obstacle gauntlet at the end is so grip intensive, and we're talking about having to do a Hercules hoist straight into a tire flip and then right into a combination of twister and multi-rig. Anything can happen, and a lot of it could just be losing focus.
We have not seen Alyssa Hawley yet on the downhill. Look at Nicole's gap.
It's impossible to see anyone. I've never seen anyone run that fast with the sandbag. There's our next girl. I couldn't tell who it was.
So Alyssa Hawley was in second last time we saw them, and so I think it's fairly safe to assume that she's still there. But Rhea Coble right here.
There's Alyssa.
Wait, is that Alyssa?
That could have been Lindsay in second place.
Was that Alyssa second?
Or Faye.
It was black. It was a black kit. I can't tell.
Don't be shocked if Lindsay Webster moves herself all the way back to second position and quick, because we know that she's probably the strongest female racer runner in the field. And she has all those other
Faye. So Faye hasn't even started it yet. It's like Nicole didn't even do the obstacle.
Now, what did this take out of her? So she's dropped the bag. She's going to take a few walking steps, and boom, Right to
right
it.
back.
How comfortable should she look
The
right
fitness
now?
level that she's showing right now is in a different league. It's almost scary.
But Lindsay to have come back and be in second place right now ahead of Alyssa, Faye, and Rhea after doing 30 burpees is impressive.
And how cool that we got drone footage of this stuff right now. So we'll be sending one over the men's finish, excuse me. So you'll be seeing the men's finish in all its glory. And right now, women's sandbag going down. We're curious who is number 2 for the women, because I think it's Lindsay Webster right now. Rhea Coble in third. Alyssa Hawley
if you
in fourth.
like excitement, does it get any better than this? I mean, not only now, I mean, all of a sudden, boom, we're back to the men's race. I mean, this is like a 3-ring circus on steroids.
Wow.
This
So
is
we're now at 104
exciting.
in. 104 in. I want to
If
say
this
that
is
was
the
Hobie
leader,
Call.
That was Hobie.
That was
we just
Hobie.
don't know if we're seeing the leader, but if it is, that guy is flying.
Man, he is cruising up. And this, look at the terrain. It's made of sand. So to run uphill through sand with this comfort level this far into the race is incredible. He is a phenomenal athlete.
That would be Atkins right there is my guess from the body language. Maybe
Hunter McIntyre in second position.
Okay, there we
so
go. So
unless,
that's
of
the report.
course, we lost Robert Killian out there. Where is Robert
If that's
Killian?
Hobie Call, holy smokes, is he moving?
Hobie Call still in first place.
Hobie is in first, confirmed.
Man, does he look fast and comfortable. We talked about how
Holy
relaxed he was
smokes.
early, but he is smoking this course right now. I mean, I would say easily sub 5-minute mile pace.
The water's actually 4 feet deep. He literally just walked across the top of it. I don't think he's actually he's not going underneath the water. He's hitting it so fast right now.
He doesn't look tired at all. I
Hobie
think
knows exactly what he's doing.
he says,
Oh my
this race
gosh.
is mine. All I have to do is not mess up any obstacles, and I win this race. And Hunter McIntyre has put on a heroic performance.
Totally. Gutsy. From the gun. Hobie, different strategy. It's paying off for him.
And Hobie Call, look, this guy's 40 years old. He's a 2-time world champion. We always talk about him as the Michael Jordan of our
Here
sport,
it
the
is.
first
Her
superstar
hoist.
ever of our
So
sport.
he has come. I mean, we're close to the finish right now. We're going to go Herc hoist, tire flip, the bridge, twister, then the multi-rig, then he's done. He has 5 extremely intensive grip, strength, endurance obstacles ahead of him.
But he trains specifically for all this
This
intense
is
grip
his
strength.
game.
Like
This
if he doesn't mess up on this particular obstacle, and it looks like he's having no trouble. Mostly I'd say because it's so dry out here.
The pulley is smoking. He's moving that thing so fast. This is absolutely
The Herc hoist
a man
gives
on
guys
a mission right now. This is setting a precedence.
The Herc hoist gives guys trouble when it's been raining out because it's full of dirt. So when it rains a lot, it gets incredibly heavy. But right now, Hobie Call's hitting the tire flip, and we've got Steve
He just
Hammond
shook his
down there
hands.
with
That
him.
hit
So
shook his
Steve
hands.
Hammond down at the tire flip right now. Talk to us, Steve. What's going on?
Hobie Call, unbelievable. He's in first place. The descent that he just made down this hill was absolutely incredible. What an epic finish we've got. We've actually got just behind him Hunter McIntyre, who also did a great descent. He was actually in third place coming up to the top of the hill. But Hobie Call has got 3 obstacles left. I don't think he's going to fail Twister or multi-rig, but we could be wrong. If he does, then Hunter's right on his tail. Here he is. Hunter, 1 flip out, 1 flip back. Oh my goodness, guys. What a fast-paced race, David. Awesome.
Oh, thanks a lot, Steve. And you can see that Hobie Call coming down the ladder wall right now off the bridge and over to Twister. It's only his 2nd time ever doing Twister, and we saw the carnage that Twister created at the last race. And Robert Killian is right there pulling himself back into this race. Hunter has to be perfect through the finish, or he's going to lose that 2nd place finish.
Hobie's looking good. Hobie's going to transition for the first time, and this is a little awkward if you've never done it. He's on the transition.
Man, that was
he
smooth,
switches
huh?
the bar. If he takes his time, he's going to get this. If he gets hurried, he could make a mistake.
Now, I'm more concerned for Hunter McIntyre on Twister because he's never encountered it before, but we do have back-to-back grip strength obstacles, so even if you make it through Twister, your grip is going to be so burnt out. Now you have to get through the multi-rig,
Hobie's doing big swings.
and don't be
Hobie
completely
touches the bar.
surprised if Hunter gets to that Twister and loses a lot of time to Killian on it.
You know, actually, I was surprised to see that Hunter was struggling on the tire flip. That's usually something we'd see him do with no problem, and I think he just was so gutsy in the first 2/3 of this race, and it's just hurting him now.
So right now, Hobie Call doing some pull-ups, a little showboating on Pipe Dream at the end. He's hit the bell, and Hobie Call, your 2013-2016 world champ, is going to showboat his way to the finish. He is going to take first place in the Golden State Classic, Race 2 in the U.S. Championship Series. He'll claim the 300 points. He is your winner on the day. And
Hobie's
Call,
now ready to start another race. He doesn't look tired at all.
He doesn't look fatigued at all. But
That's
here's the
inspiring.
thing. If Hunter can
Hunter's
finish this
through.
race in and not fail this obstacle,
Hunter made it through the twister,
then
no problem.
Hobie will be in first place in the U.S. Championship Series.
Hunter's looking fatigued. I don't like where his hands are right now.
He's going up high. He's saying, I need to get as much length as possible, but now he's made it to the rings. I think it's fairly safe to say he's good.
Got it.
Hunter McIntyre debuting his season with a second-place finish at the U.S. Championship Series, and he can't be disappointed with that effort. And
That's respectable.
For
Yes.
Robert
Respectable,
Killian,
amazing, yes.
third position, he's got to finish this obstacle safely. These two are great friends. Hunter is actually one of the first men to ever take Hobie Call down on a traditional course. And here's Robert Killian finishing strong. Third place for the second race in a row on the series, and you know he's got to be frustrated but happy. He's
Ryan
still
Atkins
on the podium.
coming right in close.
Ryan Atkins still on the podium. Racing's royalty out there today.
1 hour and 10 minutes.
Just off the podium for Ryan Atkins.
Well done, gentlemen. Wow.
So here's Ryan Atkins. A close finish for your top four men. Like, not a huge amount of separation. I think each man excited, but knowing that Hobie Call ran them all down again. It's just what Hobie Call does.
Starts in 10th, finishes where it matters.
And a gutsy performance by Ryan Atkins, considering that blood infection that he had in his foot. And just a few weeks ago, he was running over 50 miles a day, attempting to do it for an entire week across Canada. And he's a phenomenal, phenomenal athlete. And with that blood infection injury and not being able to train for a little while, to come out and put on a performance like this, I think it's very admirable, and we should commend that. But what do you think about the athletes that we have here, guys, and how phenomenal they are and how spectacular a performance we just saw?
I'm in awe. I mean, just the amount of impressive skills that were needed on this course, and to see people pushing themselves, the different strategies, how they worked out for them. It's awesome to see. These men are inspiring, and just, the second race of 5 is setting themselves up for just a mix of.
Look, another heroic performance. Here's Ryan Woods, 5th place right now, and coming off that ankle injury.
Let's see if he get. What's your take on the over and under, whether he gets through both these obstacles?
Well, he looks good
Looking
so far.
Strong. I'm going 100% now.
Yeah.
Got a knockout twister. The transition is tough.
Here I am with the master, Hobie Call.
Got to keep moving, though. You don't want to hang for a while. Taxes your grip strength.
We're going to go to
ton.
Steve Hammond with Hobie Call right now. As Ryan Woods falls off twister, but Steve down at the finish line with some of our top men. Steve, take it away.
Oh, we've just seen Ryan Woods fall off twister. Really gutted for him. He's had a great race, but you have had an outstanding race. Where did you win it today, Hobie?
Oh, the last couple miles, the big long uphill, long downhill, and then, of course, staying steady and strong through these last gauntlet here.
You did incredible. You must have descended like a 420 mile or something ridiculous.
That downhill probably was. Yeah, we were flying.
That's outstanding. So you went steady for most of the race. Did you ever feel at any point in the race that you were like, oh, I need to catch up here?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't catch him until like around 7 miles. I was hoping for it to be a little earlier than that, but that was all right, though. I played my race. I played it the way I wanted to, and luckily I got him in the end.
So I saw you doing a couple of pull-ups at the end. You still got a bit of energy?
That must have just been a little bit of adrenaline or something, yeah. It was tough.
Mate, absolutely fantastic. Well done. First place, here he is, Hobie Call. You're awesome, mate. Well done.
Hey, Steve, ask Hobie, we're all curious at home to know what he thought about this elite men's field and what kind of effort it took from him to take the victory today.
So, we had a huge field here, and I mean 30 deep, 40 deep, of anybody who could kind of come in the top 5. What was your thought pattern coming into this race, it being so in-depth?
You can't let your competitor psych you out, because really, truly, in the end, you are your best competitor. You just have to go out and be confident in your race, and you got to run your race. I mean, these guys got probably 45 seconds ahead of me halfway through the race, and that can be scary. You're like, 45 seconds, oh crap, but I was confident. I knew I was going to finish strong, and I just had to be confident in what I was doing and stick with my plan.
So you guys went off really, really fast. describe that pace at the start, or was your heart absolutely pumping?
I won't lie, 1 mile into it, I'm probably already 20 seconds behind. There's 20 guys in front of me. I'm thinking, these guys just don't know how to start a race. They're all going way too fast.
I couldn't keep up with you on the gator. I was like, what? These guys are going about 15 miles a mile.
They were flying, but that's part of being confident in you running your own race. You can't get psyched out too much in the beginning and take off too hard, because, you know, it's 8.5 miles. You don't want to lose it in the first mile.
Absolutely. Well, we just saw a bit of acrobats in the back. That's fantastic from VJ. What an epic race that we have here, and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful day.
Well, thanks a lot, Steve. And Cody Moat right now coming across Twister, and it's his first time on this obstacle, but it looks like he's been doing it for
He looked great.
a lifetime. And we talked about his underrated body control, and it was on example and on display right there. And I'd say not the performance that he was hoping for today, but certainly just to get a race out of the way and get back out there for him is, you know, kick off the rust a little bit. You know, he's definitely going to be back and be a factor, especially as we move into the mountains. So right now, Cody Moat finishing up the multi-rig. Mark Batris right behind him. And Batris will continue to be a factor all season long. So as these men wrap up their day and we start to look ahead to the next race, I guess the big question is going to be, who's our favorite in Palmerton?
Ooh, a different type of course.
Ryan Wood still held on to, what, 5th place, even with the burpees. So he had a very strong lead.
We got Bracken.
So Bear, what do you think Ryan Atkins is feeling right now about this race and his performance and his season?
I think Atkins is fine. I think he's where he wants to be. If he truly cares about winning this series, he will truly not run 50-mile days back-to-back for a week straight and get infections, barring the infection not being his fault. If you want to run that much and do that much, then he knows what he's doing, and he knows what his goals are, and he can always back off that, and backing off from that much volume is a great place to be for doing well these longer races.
And keep in mind, Ryan Atkins has gotten 2nd place at the Spartan World Championship more times than he wants to probably admit, and so he could very well be strategizing for putting the volume in now to really come out swinging hard for that World Championship.
When we say always the bridesmaid, right? So he came in and crushed the first 3 races in the U.S. Championship Series last year, win. And then when we got to the World Championships, he took 2nd again for the 3rd time in a row. And so you can see already this year we're going to have a much more competitive U.S. Championship Series, because right now Atkins is not even in 1st as we're 2 races in. That's going to be going to Hobie Call. He's going to be deadlocked actually with Robert Killian as well. And if you look up here at Twister right now, we're 10 minutes after this race is finished, and look at the caliber of athletes still finishing right now, because, I mean, Glenn Reyes is just coming across Twister. Ryan Kent is doing his burpees right now. Deep field. It created some carnage out there today, and I think a lot of parity moving forward as we look towards the rest of the races on this season. Do you have a favorite right now, guys? Who's going to be your men's series champion at the end of this thing?
I mean, Hobie Call looks so relaxed, so incredibly confident. He has more experience than anybody else. It's hard not to put your money on Hobie Call.
And Bear, what are your thoughts on who the series champion is going to be for the men's field? Maybe your top 3 moving forward.
Well, I think it's the most well-rounded athlete. I mean, we were just watching the screen there for a minute. One of the athletes was struggling to flip the tire, and this is kind of a sentiment to Spartan races, how well of a rounded of an athlete you need to be. You can't just be a runner. You can't just be a power lifter. You've got to be somewhere in between. And we're looking at a 200-pound Hunter McIntyre next to a probably 155, 160-pound Hobie Call. You're looking at what personifies the greatest athletes on the planet, not only being strong, but getting your strong somewhere, and that's what's so amazing about Spartan race.
So let me rephrase. Who are your top 3 for the series? Right now, who do you think is going to win this thing?
It's got to be Hobie Call. undoubtedly, and then Hunter McIntyre to come out like that with a strong second. Ryan Atkins, I couldn't imagine that he's not only going to get better and start feeling better, if in fact he truly was sick with an infection, it was that severe, then all one could say is.
So I think right now we're doing a little recap of the race. In the opening mile, it came out, it was flat, it was fast, and Hunter McIntyre took it to the field early and established a high tempo. Hobie Call sat back, let himself just be a little bit more comfortable and relaxed and watch the race play out. And halfway through the race, Hunter with a big lead despite no men missing the spear. Things got shaken up a little bit after the sandbag carry, when somehow on these major descents in the last few climbs, you saw Killian move into first for a little while, but it was Hobie Call who came out of the woods in first to take home a victory. Ryan Atkins never really in a position to strike in the race today, almost in a position to strike, but never could pull himself into that lead pack.
Ryan Atkins had a very solid race,
Yes.
especially all things considered, but just even in general. I mean, it's a deep field. A lot of people are in here, like, with the mindset of I'm going to win, I'm good enough to win, and it just brings out the best in everybody.
So, and as you can see, obviously, Hobie Call surprising some of the men up at the front by just tracking them down late. What were you most surprised about in this race? Was it the fact that Hunter came out with so much gusto out of the gates? What surprised you? Did that seem to be
that never surprises
unanticipated?
me. That never surprises me. Hunter plays to win, and I think Hunter would rather put himself in a position where he's so out of his comfort zone that he's either going to win, or if he cracks, he'll get fifth, and he'd rather just have gone for it totally. And then there's something to be said for that. Then there are people who are going for just the consistency, like Hobie Call, run my own race, and that's also a very, very solid winning strategy too. So people are different, their personalities are different, as are their strengths.
Interestingly enough, when we watch this recap with Hobie right at the finish, and he flips that 400-pound Yokohama tire, making it look easier than Hunter made it look, didn't he? You pointed that out, how redlined he must have been. I mean, really, Hobie made this entire race look easy. At no point did he look like he was struggling. He's my favorite to win the series. I think now with a first and a second place finish and holding first place in the series, but beyond that, just how unchallenged he looks. I predicted he would have won in Seattle were it not for falling off that Z-wall.
That's a very good point.
Well, let's not forget the bucket carry where he stopped, he dropped it, spilled it. He's filling it back up for over a minute.
David, who do you think would come in second and third in the series for the men?
So right now, I think, in my opinion, Hobie Call is racing just head and shoulders above everybody else. But second place in the series, I'm going to go with Robert Killian. I think Robert Killian is definitely consistent and always a factor. But this is what it comes down to, in my opinion. Is Hunter going to run the next three races? Because if he does, I think Hunter McIntyre can pull off a second-place finish.
That's a very good point. Hunter has no room for error, whereas Killian and Atkins have both run both races, so they have the ability. Like, Ryan Atkins could very well run all 5 races and not have today's race count.
Champion, and we are going to be coming up with the women very soon, but we talked to Hobie Call about retiring as a Spartan.
6 races, maybe 7 races left, and that's it. I'm done chasing podiums. And that's all I've done my whole life. I attempted my first marathon at 9 years old, so literally my whole life.
Can you guys hear me when I'm asking you questions and stuff?
Just hear you verbally.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, I'm feeding you.
Man, so we are back at the course, and right now we're waiting for the women to come through. And the women should be approaching that finishing gauntlet shortly. And right now, your men's standings right now through the race today, Hobie Call finishing in first position. Hunter McIntyre with a debut performance finishing in second. Third place again going to Robert Killian. Fourth to Ryan Atkins. And fifth to Ryan Woods.
Ryan Woods, yes.
A lot of Ryans out there
A
these
lot of
days.
Ryans out there.
But Ryan Woods had an ankle that
Jack.
was swollen, I would say, to the size of a cantaloupe about a week ago.
It
So
was.
the fact that he came out and put on a performance like this on descending, on treacherous descents like we had, is both surprising and commendable, I would say.
And getting 5th place despite failing on the twister near the end. This time, it sounds like some people have been working on the grip strength. Not as much carnage on the twister rig combo at the end, but still a little bit with Ryan Woods and Ryan Kent both failing on the twister.
And now we're going to we talked to a few elites about the evolution of the sport. We did a roundtable with them, and you're going to get to take an inside look right now.
Going into the U.S. Championship Series is just a whole different game. You know that that playing field is deep. Everybody's working hard to peak for those races, and it takes everything you have, like mentally, spiritually, and physically, to go into those races and do your best.
I think the series kind of changes the sport to kind of like a World Cup. All the best athletes are coming to these races. You get to have a mini World Championship almost every single month. So this is actually naming like the best overall.
And the courses are also different. It almost becomes like a war of attrition. It's like who
Can you stay healthy?
Yeah, being healthy and durable, I think, is like #1 priority.
Breaks you down.
When I started, you can fail an obstacle and just make it up in the running. Nobody knew how to train for this. Now, people aren't failing in obstacles.
You can't afford to make a mistake now. You make a mistake, you're in 3rd, 4th, or 5th. Like, you have to run a perfect race.
You have to be quick, and it's about technique.
And it's as much about strength as it is about skill. You can be one of the most proficient people with the upper body strength, but if you don't know the correct way to go about an obstacle, it can totally throw off your race.
It's pretty cool to watch the sport evolve.
And again, you have been tuning in to race 2 of the U.S. Championship Series, the Golden State Classic. And just so you are aware, this is our live coverage. We've got the NBC Sports Show airing on August 15th, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, NBC Sportsnet. And, of course, you can also catch the previous race, the Emerald City Open, on Tuesday, July 18th at 11 p.m., also on NBC Sports. And all season long, if you take a peek, we have episodes including the Blue Mountain Challenge, Southeast Showdown, the Ascent, and the World Championships. 6 events all being aired on NBC Sports except for that World Championship event, which will be Sunday on the 24th of December, 1:30 p.m. on NBC. So you have a ton of amazing races coming at your way. You can catch them here live, and you can catch them on NBC Sports with additional bonus coverage. Right now, back at the Yokohama Tire Flip, and we are waiting for our women's finishers right now. Who is going to be champion on the day? Can Nicole Miracle hold off a late charge by an Alyssa Hawley and a Lindsay Webster? Can she be perfect through the final few obstacles? Rose, how do you think this is going to shake out?
You know what's exciting is that I don't know who's going to come out of the woods. I mean, I think that Nicole Miracle will still have her lead. At the same time, Lindsay coming back strong after doing burpees, she's never one to be counted out. Alyssa finishes strong every race. Rhea, excited, one of the most enthusiastic racers I've seen all year. You never know. Face still solid. You just. We gotta wait and see. How about you?
Whoa, we got the finishing times up here, although I don't think this is accurate unless we're looking at a different race. I think that right now, Nicole looks so comfortable she'd have to make a major mistake to lose this race. But that being said, if there's anybody that can track her down, it's Lindsay Webster. And you've got to assume that she closed a minute of that gap after the burpees already. So she could very easily get herself back in there. And then Alyssa, she's licking her chops waiting for this obstacle gauntlet. She's waiting for the carnage to begin. Matt, what do you think?
She looks comfortable. She looks smooth. She looks fast. When you have that big of a lead and you're feeling that good, I think it's a lot easier. It takes a lot of the pressure off of the pressure that causes people to fail obstacles. And I've got my money on seeing Nicole come out in first with a big lead and building on it.
And so Don't forget, guys, Spartan isn't just physical, right? There's a mental side of it, too. So be sure to check out the Thought Leadership podcast, Spartan Up, with host Joe DeSena, as he talks with business leaders from all over the globe about what makes them successful. New episodes every Tuesday on iTunes. Be sure to check that out. I know that right now there's a huge mental game going on out there on the course.
There's got to be. I mean, there's got to be. I mean, when you're someone like Alyssa and you have, you're surrounded by Lindsay, by Faye, by Rhea, you're just thinking, oh my God, like, what can I do here? And there is someone who will be in third place and someone in fourth, and it could be a matter of seconds. And third and fourth is a big difference in a series like this.
We talk about there are different ways that you can race or different ways that you can run, and one is running like you're chasing someone versus running like you're being chased, and nothing makes you run like you have wings, like running like you're being chased, like you're just afraid. And you know that right now Nicole she's in that last mile or two of the race, and she is just afraid she's going to lose it after all this effort,
She has never won a U.S. Championship Series Spartan race. She's never even gotten second. She got third in Seattle at the very end, and so she's like, I can do it.
And out there on the course, Nicole Miracle is still in first place. Lindsay Webster is in second, and they are about to come into view. So get excited, people, because we are going to have an epic finish. I wonder how much that gap is closed.
And then the question is, who's in third? It could be one of three, even four people.
We had a war for third. We're like four women vying for that opportunity. So the question will be, who's going to prevail? Who's going to get on that podium? And who's going to have their heart broken today?
Yeah, did they all make it through the monkey bars just fine? Have they all completed the Z-wall just fine? They are going through those things now, and they're about to come into view.
I can't imagine all top 5 women are going to make it through this grip gauntlet flawlessly. It's just too challenging. We saw so many of the top men doing burpees there at the end. It's especially after Seattle and how that went down. And it was a little wetter, a little slicker maybe. Maybe that was a factor. This is so dry. Not just the obstacle itself, but your hands are a little more bone dry. But they are coming out of that rolling mud, so maybe a little mud, a little wetness.
Someone like Lindsay who failed a couple of obstacles, 3 technically at the end of the Seattle race, lost her lead. She's done her grip strength work. She knows she wants this, and she's going to be gripping that hard.
And right now, Nicole Miracle is in first place. She is your leader, but look at the gap. It is only seconds now back to Lindsay Webster.
It's going to be a battle.
And the climb, Lindsay looks like she's moving even more aggressively. She's finally opened up, and she says, this is my race to win.
Lindsay tapped out of the twister last time, didn't even make an attempt at it. So what's going through her mind?
Yeah.
Again, look at her closing the gap. And it's interesting because I believe the rule is that they have to make an honest attempt.
They just make a touch on it, and then they can skip it if they want to. But this is where you have to make a move to get it. And she makes the pass.
She makes the
Nicole
pass.
even knows she's
neck
there.
And neck.
This is Lindsay saying,
Nicole
I'm
may be
here.
saying, I'm saving myself because I'm not going to fail any obstacles, and I think Lindsay
Nicole
will.
is saying, I am gassed, and I just got passed.
Lindsay is moving, and she is relaxed. She is comfortable. But you know what? We got a downhill here. It should equalize, and then it's obstacle proficiency from this point forward. It's no longer about who's the better runner. It's about who can maintain their focus and not make mistakes.
They're going into the water. Let's see how aggressive they look.
Right now, Lindsay Webster, very aggressive on that jump.
On point.
Hands are officially
both
wet
of them.
for both of them.
And now they're going to have to weave their way through the remnants of the men's elite wave, which is one of the factors that shakes things up a little bit, having the best route through.
Especially on the twister. You got someone behind you on your route pulling that bar a different direction. That could be challenging.
Oh, I never even thought about somebody else impacting your
Nicole
twister pull.
looks depleted right now.
She does. She does. And yet, all she has to do is be perfect, and she could still steal this thing. So they're neck and neck.
Yeah, that could be her strategy. She might say, look, I'm going to let Lindsay go for a moment. Hopefully she'll fail something. I'll be rested. I'll clean up.
Lindsay just looks so smooth and relaxed, and we said that she was going to sit back and take this thing, and who would have ever thought that she was going to become even more dominant than Ryan Atkins?
Yeah.
She is quite a dominant force out there.
Here
But
we go.
Nicole does not look
coming up
labored.
right now. Her coist.
And we saw that this obstacle cost her at World Championships because she fought it for like 2 minutes and then gave up and took the burpees anyways. So we know that she does not love this obstacle, but it looks like she's making good work of it today. Again, the bags are dry. when it rains, those bags can double in weight, and that's one of the huge factors that shakes this race
No
up.
problem for Lindsay, though. She's going to hit the top and bring it down with ease.
When they bring it down, they have to bring it down with control. If they drop the bag, it is also a burpee penalty, and nobody needs that right now.
Lindsay's bringing it down
Lindsay's
comfortably. Nicole just hit the top.
So
That's
about
a
the same
relief.
pace. They did
Lindsay
it
is gone.
about the same time.
So Lindsay off to the Yokohama
Lindsay has
tire
about a
flip.
7-second lead at least. Let's see how she gets this tire.
She's going to have no trouble with
No
that
trouble.
tire.
That tire is...
Tire's what, about 200 pounds?
It's about half the weight.
Yeah, half the weight of the men's. So I think the women cruise through this thing like it's nothing, but we've got Steve Hammond down there at the tire flip right now. Steve, call it out.
Oh my goodness me, this is amazing. Lindsay Webster has just completed, while she was running with Nicole Miracle, she has just completed the Yokohama tire flip. She is onto the bridge, closely being followed by Nicole Miracle. This race is going to be amazing. Oh, I just see Rhea Coble coming into the dunk wall, followed by Alyssa. That's going to be a battle for third place, but the battle for first is on. You'll see it in a minute. They're going to go on to the Twister.
And now, Alyssa Hawley right now, she needs to take that third place finish, or maybe if someone makes a mistake and she moves up. But if Lindsay Webster wins this race today, she's going to move into first position on the U.S. Championship Series. So she's going to be focused and calm here and take her time.
Here we go, Lindsay.
The obstacle that cost her the last race. Twister, has she changed her technique? She's still going overhand grip on it.
She's in a vulnerable position doing it like this straight forwards, which means she's getting the full effect of the twister.
Yes, she is. A lot of
And her
athletes like
arms
to
are
take
straight,
it
so
sideways technique.
Not having her arms bent, not having herself pulled up in a pull-up position means one mistake and she's off it.
And it's not just the fact that she has to complete it.
I
She's
think
also
this is
depleting
Nicole-
grip
this is
strength
Nicole's
right now.
race if Lindsay's
Oh,
down.
and she's down.
I
So
saw it coming. Her eyes, her confidence was gone. Now Nicole
knows she just has to be flawless. If she can be flawless, you might see Alyssa Hawley steal second place here today.
It's possible.
You might see Alyssa Hawley
Alyssa
win
take
this
first.
race. We talked about the
Nicole's
carnage
looking
and
about the same. Let's see. You got to look at
Nicole's
the arms.
moving faster, and she's moving her legs.
Speed
She's
is
got a good
irrelevant.
momentum.
don't
what
be
matters.
surprised if Lindsay Webster is done with her burpees by the time you get Nicole through this twister obstacle. But Nicole is a rock climber by background. And,
right.
she does have a tremendous amount of grip strength.
She's
She's
gonna
used
get
to
it.
climbing. She's used to hanging. She looks comfortable. I think she's going to get it.
She's got it.
So she's got to
Gotta
get through
up,
the
though.
multi-rig
'Cause
flawlessly,
now
though.
This battle is still on. She needs to move quickly because even if she fails this, she can do faster burpees and win. She needs to move through this right now. Either get it or get onto her burpees.
And so for Nicole to upset a champion like Lindsay Webster has got to be a huge deal. But I think maybe taking her time a little too much because Lindsay's going to wrap up those burpees
Lindsay
soon.
might be smart to just run straight to the burpees.
Yeah,
Who
Lindsay may
knows?
run to the burpee pit. She's done it before. She did it in Seattle. She did it at World Championships. And
Here we go.
now
We're gonna know
So
on this
much on
first-
the line for
This
Nicole
first
Miracle.
grab of the baseball, I think, is going to tell everything here.
Yeah, and it's true. And the baseball is one of the tougher grips on the multi-rig.
She-
Once you get about
Nicole has
halfway through,
all of her chips in right now saying, I'm going to get the rig
Yes.
and win, or I'm not.
and Alyssa Hawley's about to come screaming through this thing and take a shot at winning it.
Nicole is playing
Amelia
really
Boone
smart
over
right
the
now.
slip wall.
There's Faye.
Sorry, Faye Stenning coming over the slip wall.
We don't know what place that'd be, but it's either third or fourth or fifth.
Yeah,
Lindsay's
probably
now.
fifth
There she
Okay,
goes.
Nicole says,
Nicole
I've
said, I
gotta
can't
make my
wait
move.
anymore. Lindsay's gassed
Ooh,
out a little bit from those
Nicole
Nicole
burpees.
is saying
Good,
rock
she's
climbing
high.
is legit. Nicole is saying these girls
Nicole's
need
got
to get
this
some grip
thing.
strength
If
they
she
wanna
makes it to the
compete with me.
pipe, she's golden.
Oh, this is easy for her.
Get a good grip. Yep.
Oh,
Yes.
Onto the pipe. And Nicole Miracle
Yes.
has finished the multi-rig. She is your champion today on the Golden
She
State
did it with swagger
Classic.
and she did it with style.
The
She
U.S.
finished
Championship
both
Series.
obstacles like that was absolutely on point.
So Nicole Miracle, your champion today on the U.S. Championship Series. Race to the Golden State Classic, just edging out Lindsay Webster, who takes second for the second race in a row. Wow, after going undefeated 4-0 in U.S. Championship Series races last year, Lindsay Webster, 2 in, has still not claimed a victory, and it's been two different women who have set her up, or sorry, who have taken her down.
Wow, these women are amazing. Here we've got Rhea Coble. She's stepping up. She made it through the twister, it looks like. She is
eyeing this rig. She wants to make it. She wants to be on that podium. She knows that she is capable.
Oh, and right now, Alyssa Hawley's saying, I'm not waiting for you. I'm coming right by. I'm stealing this podium spot. I don't fail obstacles. Our big belief was she's not going to make any mistakes all year long. She's going to ace the obstacles. Look at her skipping rings, headed to the pipe. And just now, you just witnessed obstacle excellence as Alyssa Hawley just stole a podium position, finishing in third and keeping herself right up near the top of the U.S. Championship Series. She'll actually be tied for first place with Lindsay Webster. Her first and third matches Lindsay's 2 second-place finishes, and you have quite a series on your hands today.
Holy smokes, these women just showed what it is to be true hybrid athletes. Racing hard, doing the obstacles well. They are setting themselves out for an awesome U.S. Championship Series.
Faye standing a little tentative coming across the bridge and back down the other side. Faye Stenning is pushing for fourth, maybe fifth. If she can get through these obstacles without failure, she may actually pass Rhea Coble, who's doing burpees here just like last year. Rhea made it all the way to this spot in podium position last year and finished in fourth when Rose here passed her. So now Faye trying to be perfect, trying to steal a fourth place position. Remember, every place counts right now, guys, because every place is 1 point.
And again, Faye has that fire in her eye, as you said, Matt. She wants it. She knows that every spot counts. She knows that she's going to get better as the season progresses, and she wants to maintain every spot she can.
So Faye right now still looking comfortable, but starting to fatigue. You can see it in her eyes. This is human willpower right now. Out there on the Herc hoist, that's Becca Clifford. She knocked that thing out with no problems at all. And Faye now has to get the multi-rig. Is Rhea Coble still doing burpees, or is Rhea done with this race? There's Rhea, fourth place finish for Rhea Coble, always smiling. The local girl from Stanford. A hug with Alyssa Hawley.
What a battle.
You know, and that's the thing is, like, you see the sportsmanship and the camaraderie amongst these athletes, and they compete, but they love each other at the same time. And I think that's one of the beautiful things of this sport. And
It's just a lot of respect out there for each other. You know how hard you work, and you know how hard someone else has to work to beat you.
Faye Stenning here just crossed the line in fifth position, and we've talked about how she's not in the form that she was last year, and she's self-admitted that. But I think she can't be upset with a performance like that today, staying so competitive with so many top-notch women.
And the four women ahead of her are completely respectable people.
So in sixth place, you had Becca Clifford coming through the last few obstacles, and the queen of pain herself, Amelia Boone, in seventh position right now, knocking out the Herc hoist. And you know, I think
strong.
Look at a top 7 finish for her on her first U.S. Championship Series event back. Nothing to scoff at. And we are not even sure about how all the obstacles went for her today. It's distinctly possible that she had, you know, a couple lapses or mistakes here and there, but we're hoping that she can bring it home and
finish strong.
Yeah, finish strong these last 3 obstacles. Look at, she's smiling, she's been waving, she's been high-fiving people. When it's not just all about winning and when the pressure's off for that, you can have fun with it. And she was saying she was worried about the tire flip, but look how strong she is. Just a little deadlift. Pop.
Yeah, there she goes. Nice.
No problem. No problem at all. And Amelia Boone headed over the bridge wall. And but we talked about this. So she went years without losing a single race, and the pressure that she said mounted on her to have to win every time it sucked some of the fun of the sport out.
It can, yeah. She had a huge target on her back, and I was someone who was an underdog to her for a couple years, and you know, I didn't win nearly as often as she did, but I will say it can be fun to be an underdog. There's not a lot of pressure to it, and so hopefully she'll get to enjoy that feeling of being more of the underdog and rise throughout this series and
what did you like,
head back to where she was.
Being in the
So Amelia Boone right now coming off the ladder wall off the bridge and headed into the obstacles, the final 2, the twister and the multi-rig. And Becca Clifford was knocking out some burpees. I don't think Amelia's going to catch her, but she can hopefully stave off somebody else. Any other contestants coming in behind him? Who else is in that field that could track them down? Where's Heather Golnick?
Heather Golnick could be right behind. I would not be surprised. I think she's, like we said, a very solid athlete. We're not sure where Lee McCarthy went. Perhaps she went out a little faster than she meant to. We shall see.
Look at your top 5 women over there. So in first place, Nicole Miracle shocking the world, taking down Lindsay Webster, and Amelia headed for some burpees. And then in second place, Lindsay Webster. Third place, stealing third, Alyssa Hawley, and that was huge for her series score. That was gigantic. Fourth place going to Rhea Coble, fifth place to Faye Stenning. You have a load of superstars in this sport.
You really do. And for Lindsay and Alyssa to be tied for first in the U.S. Championship Series so far is so interesting because they both are so incredible on the mountains, and we move into more of the mountain races after this, and so they'll be battling it out, I'm sure, for the rest of the series.
Alyssa is licking her chops. Sorry. Well, Alyssa's excited. Becca's doing burpees with Amelia, Becca Clifford and Amelia Boone, but we talk about next race coming up is a long, grinding, grueling climb, Palmerton. Much more Amelia's sort of race, much more Lindsay's ideal race. She's licking her chops at this. Alyssa Hawley got on the podium there for the first time of the season last year, so we know she's obviously going to be a huge factor. A ton of top-end women crush on the mountains and the long, grueling climbs. Matt, I could assume you're going to want to be out there next race for the Palmerton one. You love those long, grueling climbs.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which route I go. It's either going to be commentating more or getting back onto the scene, but Palmerton would be a good one for me, and be exciting to see.
What are your thoughts on the top men coming into Palmerton? Like, who's going to be a major factor on the men's side as we go towards Palmerton?
Yeah, it's got to be Hobie Call again every time. He's strong and solid. We also know that Robert has won on that course before, or got at least second. He's a strong climber. He loves the descending. He's going to be a factor. Cody Moat's going to be looking for a comeback. It's going to be a great battle.
I look at it and I say that this is the race that Ryan Atkins was most designed to win, the Palmerton race. I think with that sandbag carry, that is just the most soul-crushing sandbag carry of all time. If you have not done it, you go up a double black diamond, one of the steepest ones that is out there, and you have to take, last year, 2 sandbags up that climb, and it takes a lot of guys 10 to 20 minutes to finish that one carry, and it ruins them for the rest of the race.
There's generally a swim in that. It's pretty legit, and that's something that Cody's not as into, but that Ryan Atkins and Hunter can do well. So it's a factor in that race.
Yeah, in fact, Hunter passed me on that swim in 2013. Becca Clifford just wrapped up. You can see so much love. But Amelia Boone is doing her burpees now on the multi-rig, so she had a tough finish coming through the last few obstacles, and she said that her grip was one of the things she has not been able to work on because she had so many back issues. She was not able to do pull-ups or do any kind of hanging or climbing for such a long period of time. The running's coming back quicker than the grip is for her. We know she'll be back strong by the end of the season. These mistakes, this rust, that won't be there. But right now, I think the big story is Nicole Miracle taking first place in the women's race.
Her first.
Lindsay Webster still without a victory, 2 races in. And Alyssa Hawley stealing third to hold down a tie for the first place in the U.S. Championship Series.
And what's different now is that it sounds like, Lindsay Webster won all of the races in the U.S. Championship Series last year, and this year thus far she has not yet to have a clean race, and she's yet to have a win. And what the other women in the field are telling Lindsay is that, Lindsay, we know you're incredible. At the same time, we're going to make you race clean.
Now, is the issue for Lindsay that she's making mistakes? Is it that she's not quite as fit as last year? We'll come back to this. Amelia Boone crossing the finish line, her first U.S. Championship Series event ever for her. And she's got to feel good just to know that she got through this. She ran with some of the top ladies in the world today, and it's got to be very emotional.
It's got to be, yeah. I mean, it's inspiring to see her back out there. She's an icon of the sport. She's been through so much, and she looks like she's, injury-free, and she's, only going to go up from here. Like you said, she's going to work on her grip strength, and it's going to help her out a ton.
So let's take it back to the conversation we were just having, which is it that Lindsay Webster made some mistakes? Is it that that she's maybe not quite as fit as she was last year, or is it that these other women are just taking it to another level right now?
Well, I think the field is deeper in that, yeah, there's some of us that are not there, but at the same time, the sport is just growing with the Reyes and the Nicole Miracles, and just this fresh blood that's coming in is forcing people to step up their game. So it's not so much that if someone's the same as they were last year, they're not going to finish as high as they used to.
And Rhea, Nicole, and even Alyssa were, in my opinion, rookies last year. And now they're veterans.
Right.
And I think there's a lot to be said once you get through that first season. You learn a lot of tricks. You learn better training techniques.
Completely.
And you become a much more superior Spartan race athlete in year 2.
Exactly, yeah.
So we are at the finish line with Steve Hammond right now. He's with your elite women's finishers. And Steve,
guys,
knock it out.
This is incredible. Hey, ladies, what a race. Amelia, you did amazing. I'm going to go to you first. Where did you burpee at?
These last 2, I did 60s in a row, and I fell off Olympus in the beginning, and so that put me back. I was like 25th, and then I worked my way back up. In the bucket carry, I passed a lot of people, and surprisingly, and then I worked my way back up. I don't know, it was kind of fun, like, pew, 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 trying to be like, oh, I handicapped myself.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, here we are with the champion of today, Nicole Miracle. You killed this course. Super steady race. We followed you the whole way around. Incredible. Describe it to me.
Well, first of all, thanks for designing a course for me. I loved it. It was hilly, but all runnable. The bucket was brutal, but it was probably my best bucket carry ever. I actually ran on the downhill. So that was really motivating to not actually, get past on the bucket carry. And then I got my sphere for the first time ever, really. And it was just like trying to run as fast as I could on the downhills to hold off Lindsay. So, yeah.
So as a climber, how important was it to have that grip strength at the end? I mean, you passed Lindsay, absolutely incredible. Were your arms pumping or were you cruising?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I was banking on having that twister at the end and hoping, that sounds bad, but hoping that Lindsay didn't have it in her to get through it again as it happened in Seattle. So yeah, I mean, my grip was taxed at the end. I was struggling through the twister, and so I actually rested between the twister and the rig just to make sure I could get through it. But I think the climbing was really key.
Well done. You did absolutely amazing. Great job. It's mayhem down here, guys, but I'm going to try and find Lindsay Webster. Come on in, girl. Amazing again. Second place. I mean, you missed the spear. Tell me about what was going through your head when you missed the spear.
At first I wasn't too worried. I was thinking, like, there's lots of race to make this up, but then I watched 1, 2, 7 girls pass me. Oh my goodness. And it's just like, the field's so powerful this year. These girls got so fast, there's just no room for error anymore. So, but it made for an epic race. Literally spent all race spilling my guts trying to hunt Nicole down, and caught her at the end, but then fell off twister. And anyway.
So you caught her at the end. You were in first place. Were your arms just completely fried by the time you got to twister, or was it a mistake, or what? Why did you fall off twister?
My arms actually feel fine. I think it's just the mud. You grab a muddy bar and sometimes your hands just slip off, without you even realizing it's gonna happen. So yeah, it was just one of those things, and I'm gonna go back later and practice.
Well done. Second place. That puts you joint leader, I think, with Alyssa. Absolutely incredible. It's going to be amazing. Going into Palmerton, you're going to run Palmerton. You're going to smash it.
I'm going to try my very best. That was, I think, my best race of the year last year. So I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, should be fun.
Well done today. You're awesome as always, and thank you very much, and congratulations, girl.
Amazing course, as always. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
You know how to put us through the pain cave.
Well, you guys are the one doing it, so that's awesome. All right, over to you, Dave. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Steve. And I think she's right. Lindsay Webster was definitely on the mark when she said Palmerton was probably her best race last year. It may be arguable that Asheville might have been, as she put some huge gaps on the field in those
She did,
two
although
races.
Faye and I were working together so much that at one point late in the race we did see Lindsay, and she turned around, saw us, and she took off. So she is an incredible athlete.
And Palmerton, it was a display of dominance, and that's her ideal terrain, those long, grueling climbs. We're going to take a look back at the highlights from today's race right now. So, coming out of the gates, you can see, look at all these new faces, and people are just excited to see Amelia there on the start line. But Nicole Miracle set the tone early. She said, I'm going to establish the pace. I'm going to inflict pain on everyone else, and you can either go with me or you can finish second.
So did Nicole Miracle lead from absolute wire to wire?
Essentially wire to wire. Maybe a couple moments where she didn't have the lead in the opening mile, but I think she essentially ran a front runner's race, not too dissimilar from what Hunter did.
Right.
And then she just had the ability and the strength to hold on. And look how much more fluid she is coming out of that through obstacle than she used to be. And she's clearly learned a lot of tricks, and you shave time there, you could save a lot of energy in the long run. And then you can see it was a big battle for the rest of the podium spots. You had Miss Hawley, you had Alyssa, you had Faye, you had Rhea, but look at Nicole running this sandbag. She almost ran the entire uphill too. And I think when we saw her do that on the heavy carries, we knew how much of a major factor she was going to be today.
She came out saying, I am here to be a part of this, mix this up. I am a force to be reckoned with, and you will see me around the rest of this season.
And I think we came in today talking about how Rhea Coble was going to be such a major factor on the season, but I think Nicole in many ways was skimming under the radar, no more.
Right? Exactly. Yep. So Alyssa put herself on the radar in the last race. Nicole has done it in this race.
And so you can see Lindsay actually holding that lead. She made the pass. She came on strong in the last couple miles and passed Nicole right in the final mile of the race. And then again, Twister, 2 races in a row, Twister gets her. She's coming across. And again, the technique going overhand like we discussed, as opposed to going sideways, puts a lot more strain on those shoulders. And Nicole just so fluid with her climbing background, getting through these grip strength obstacles and still in the win. And boy, she looks dangerous right now.
She really does. She looks confident, she looks calm, and she looks like she has got a lot left in her.
Now, Alyssa Hawley's got to be stoked getting that 3rd place finish. Just knowing that she's been on the podium for both races, and I know it's a personal goal of hers to podium finish all these races. This one today, not a race that really fit her ideal strength. She's going to get stronger as we get into the mountains, as we get onto the more long, grueling climbs, as we get into more of the heavy, brutal stuff. The more brutal the race gets, the better she does. When it's about speed, she's just so well-rounded. She can make it happen like you saw today,
right.
But she's been waiting for the mountains.
Totally, yeah. But the thing is that Lindsay also has that mountainous climbing strength. It's going to be a battle this entire season between Lindsay, between Alyssa, and I'd say Nicole as well. And you know, Ray and Faye are right there too.
And so we had an amazing race today, and the men's and women's races are a wrap today. We're going to take a look back at the U.S. Championship Series from last year, and then we'll be back for more from Monterey, California, and the Golden State Classic after this.
This is the Tyro ladder. The athletes have never encountered this one before.
Coming into the traverse ladders, I'm like, if I climb this way, maybe I don't have to reach out as far to hit the bell. I'll already be feet first. I quickly learned that probably wasn't the fastest way to do it. I want to be the first person to win the Spartan World Championships twice. It's never been done. As my kids get older, I want them to look up to me, be proud, be an inspiration for them. I want them to see that hard work pays off.
And in 3rd place, Robert Killian.
So I picked up that sandbag and I actually started running with it. Power hiked past rows, and then I'm gonna run as hard as I can.
Knowing that this point series comes down to each place is worth 1 point. It raises the level of what you're willing to do. The top men are all going to be within 5 to 10 seconds of each other.
The pony pack's thinning out. These thoroughbreds were moving forward. Spartan Race 2016 is about a new me. I got the same name, but I got a new engine sitting inside of me, and I got a new mindset.
We've got Lindsay Webster headed into the spear throw.
This might be the most devastating spear throw I've ever had.
I'm thinking, like, this is where I'm going to win the race.
Hunter just still right there with me. We were like neck and neck.
He flew through. It's the most athletic thing I've ever seen in my life. Atkins is one of those guys who can just cover all bases, and if you aren't ready for him that day, he's going to take the podium, and he showed it to us twice.
I went to grab one of the last rings, and it just slipped in my hand. It was a reminder of just how difficult Spartan racing is.
With only 3 races remaining, the stakes are at an all-time high.
No face hunting me down, and I think she's gonna come into this race and be flying.
I'm hustling, you know. I didn't come here just to half-ass this thing. I know exactly where I'm going to strike.
I see Hunter closing the gap. Now I'm not only fighting to try to get first, I'm like battling to even keep second.
It was just incredible to see that she could make up 3 minutes on me, just in pure guts, flying down those hills.
This whole race, I've been chipping away at each girl. They're right in front of me, and I'm like, I'm ready.
Pressure's real. The championship series is starting to really create a precedence in the sport. Who really is the best?
You just gotta go with their motto. Spartan up.
For some, it's a chance to lock up the entire series, while for others, it's a last chance to podium and stay in the game.
If you're going to get in a bar fight and you're going to go up against a couple guys, you always punch the biggest one in the face first. That was Atkins.
I think the key to our success is how we prepare and our mindsets about training and racing and life in general.
It's impossible to go through these races without having a little bit of bad luck or something not be perfect.
I'm not gonna miss this thing again.
We're toe to toe, and then boom, Big Daddy hits. Turquoise.
There's only 4 obstacles remaining in the race, and they are dead even right now.
Okay, Lindsay, it's time to spill your guts and just leave it all out there. This is your race. This is your series.
On her way to the finish line.
Today, history will be made right here in Breckenridge, Colorado.
Right from the start, he was all in that kind of race.
Our series leader, Ryan Atkins, he wants to hold on to this series championship. He's going to have to pass a few men.
I think I'm in a good place, and then all of a sudden, I turn around and it's Atkins. I can kind of see her struggling a little bit, and I'm like, all right, this is my moment. Like, sorry, Rose, you got to go down.
We're working hard to expand what it means to be a woman.
Atkins could potentially get 6th right here. You can get 2nd and you can win this thing.
There you go. Rock that fire jump. Taking out 2nd place. We got Robert Killian.
6. Kidding!
Forces you to either give up or rise to the occasion.
There you go. Rock that fire jump. Here it comes, guys. This is the battle right here. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna take home the final championship?
Winning the first ever U.S. Championship series was just a euphoric feeling, and it's really cool to be battling with all these guys who are just on top of their game. Legacies are really cool, and it's really inspiring and humbling to even be mentioned in that context However, usually when you say legacy, it means it's over, and I'm only just getting started.
What's so important about carrying these weights, struggling and cheering on your fellow comrades? It's so important because it gives people the belief in themselves. I am a warrior, I am strong, I am resilient. That warrior mythos, it exists in every human being. But many of these first world things need to be erased to get to that warrior ethos inside. The race, the wind, the trees, the mud, working together, running together, struggling together. It takes away all the noise.
This movement transcends cultural barriers, and it's affecting people from every corner of the world. It occurred, this was much bigger than just a weekend event. This was a sport. In the last 4 years, we've seen this sport grow and grow and grow. It's been a hell of a ride.
The U.S. Championship Series is really starting to define the sport as a whole. We've got 6 races to test somebody over multiple distances. Who is the fittest across all of these domains? Who really is the best?
We're pitting the best athletes in OCR against each other. We're out there battling as hard as we can.
It's very, very competitive. To win, it's going to take perfect performance. Every race takes everything out of you.
It's about heart, grit. It's basically about human survival. It's about being tested and living up to that test.
And welcome back to Monterey for the Golden State Classic, the second of 5 races in the 2017 Spartan U.S. Championship Series. And we just had a wrap of 2 amazing events. A men's race with a total shakeup. First place going to Hobie Call, second place in his debut race, Hunter McIntyre, and third place to Robert Killian, amongst others. The women's race was spectacular as well. We saw the debut and return of Amelia Boone. We saw the fact that Nicole Miracle essentially led wire to wire. She lost just briefly that lead in the final mile and then took it back in the final 2 obstacles as Lindsay Webster again taking second place and Alyssa Hawley finishing in third. And what are your guys' thoughts on today and how everything shook out?
Amazing races across the board. People keeping it exciting. People showing that they're putting in the work. They're working on their weaknesses, and they're coming to play, and they're coming to make everyone around them work hard.
This is a championship series, so each race specifically matters, but the collective of all of it is what really matters. And I would say I'd like to be in Lindsay's shoes going into a race as tough as Palmerton. That is, Spartan race personified. It's hard, grueling, possibly a double sandbag carry even for the women. It's going to be a battle of strength, and Lindsay could have a great dominant performance there.
And the U.S. Championship Series, one of the things that makes it so incredible is we've never seen in our sport a series of races that cumulatively had value, very specifically, and that you needed to be consistently strong in all of them. It's almost like a NASCAR point series type event. And with that, there is very little room for error, especially when we talk about the folks who decided to skip one race as we take your top 4. You have to come out and run a strong performance and not have bad days every single time with a field this deep. And talk about the pressure that puts on you as an athlete to train specifically for these races and peak for them, and how that can impact your season.
You have to periodize. You have to plan ahead, say, this is my A race, my B, my C race. Some people are training through these first couple of races. In Palmerton is where they're really going to shine, or Asheville. And some people are giving themselves a little more time to rest before these races, going for every point possible at these races. We shall see who has been most strategic, who has put in the work.
And when you're training for these races, are there races that you guys are saying, hey, I'm training through because I've got world championships coming up in a few months? Or are you saying, I need to peak for each one of these races in particular?
Depends on the athlete. I think some people look at the Tahoe World Championship race and they say, that's where I shine. That's my type of course. So they might train through these initial races, put all their eggs more in that basket, whereas some other people might say, nah.
So right now we're going to take a look back at the highlights from today's race in Monterey, the Golden State Classic. And again, another fast race with Roland Hills. Look at how quick these guys came out of the gates. And the first mile, essentially flat, maybe a slight uphill, a few walls to go over, but for the most part, it was just, let's take the legs off some of these guys and inflict some pain right now. Then it was in miles 2, 3 that the hills started to kick up, and we hit a bucket carry, a really ruthless 1.2-kilometer bucket carry, followed by a spear throw and then a mile of descent before they went over that A-frame and through this barbed wire, and Hunter McIntyre took it to the field early. One man made the race. Another man won it. Talk about how this race shook out on the men's side, Bear.
Well, we had Hunter coming out saying, I'm ready to be here. I want to push hard. I want to strike some fear into these guys. They haven't seen me. They don't know what I've been doing for training. And he came out strong, and he put the gauntlet down, and he made it his race to lose. And he looked like he put himself in that position. He was on tilt there at the end. He was struggling, but a solid finish. To come out second place is a phenomenal effort. Killian stayed cool, put himself in great position. Ryan Woods shown here, having a great finish. It's a great thing. And same thing with Ryan Atkins. Just to go back to Lindsay a little bit, he's in great position going into Palmerton after a massive amount of training he's done lately.
And when we look at Hobie Call here and how relaxed he was, did you anticipate him making such easy work of this entire field?
I did not, I will say. I mean, Hobie Call, nothing will surprise me with this man. He's got so much incredible experience. But at the same time, he made it look so easy at the end. I mean, it doesn't mean he wasn't working like crazy throughout the race, but boy, to finish with that confidence, that amount of calmness and just poise is very, very impressive.
Well, people say when you turn 40, when you get older, you're supposed to be on the decline, but I think, Bear, you're proof of this. Hobie Call is proof of this. You don't need top end speed to be an incredible obstacle racer. And Hobie Call, 40 years old, winning this race in 1:08:43. Taking down the young gun, the Sheriff, Hunter McIntyre, 1:09:21, and Robert Killian, 1:09:49. So your top three men all within 66 seconds of one another, and Ryan Atkins only 12 seconds behind that. We have got a really competitive top men's field right now.
What a top four.
What a top four. And you know who put on a surprising performance is VJ Jones there in 6th position. And what do you think for him as a young rising star and where he's going to be as the season progresses?
Right, he has a lot of obstacle, technique probably still to learn, although he looks pretty good from the beginning, I'm not going to lie. He's fast and he's confident, and I think he'll be smart about it. Some people when they're young aren't super smart with training, and I think he sounds like he has a good plan, so I think he'll continue to rise.
Do you guys, looking at Angel Quintero all the way down in 10th position.
Yeah, I saw that. A little surprising.
Up early, yeah. And so where do you think things went wrong for him, and what do you think is going on with him? Because we know he's one of our best competitors in the mountains and on the longer courses.
I think it's just a matter of getting things dialed in. It's surprising to me because I see certain athletes most athletes are consistently consistent. It's interesting to see how people have huge dips, ups and downs. So I don't have an explanation for it for it either.
He could have gone out too quickly. It's a very common thing in a course like this. It sounds like, according to Hobie, people went out at a blistering pace, and it cost some people quite a few spots.
I mean, he is probably one of the fastest pure runners in the field, and yet we saw the impact that when a guy like Hunter McIntyre, who just runs with heart and ego and bravado, comes out and drops a hammer, he can inflict some damage on the field. And we watched the carnage unfold in the second half of that race as some of the men who were up there disappeared and faded back. And the only man who didn't let it phase him was Hobie Call, who took that sledgehammer and just kept running with it.
He really did. I mean, Hobie Call, you just got to be inspired by that guy.
And on the women's side, as we go through a recap of the women's race, and Nicole Miracle threw everything she had at these women early, and Lindsay Webster, who even though she failed the spear throw early on, she didn't let it impact her. She ran herself all the way back to first position. So, I mean, got to commend her for...
You really have to, because when you miss a spear, sometimes it can be such a mental deflation, and she instead used it as fuel to fight for her fire, and she just ran her right back and said, you know what, it's fine, I got this.
What's more intimidating, missing the spear and being behind, or being the person in first who got run down by the spear misser, and then still having that heart inside to be like, no, I'm still not losing this race. Like, there's got to be some angsty moments in there.
I will be in Lindsay's position any day to miss, but then to feel good and feel like you get to be your trajectory is to keep passing people. It's got to feel better than just being hunted.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, the fear has to be, how much would she win by if she could be obstacle-free?
And
what does she need to do to learn how to make the spear? When will she realize it's going to be that important to throw 100 spears in her backyard every day? These are important things that matter, because to miss the spear isn't just a minute-and-a-half penalty. It's about another minute-and-a-half of lost time and fatigue that comes from actually...
Although maybe not for Lindsay.
You have time penalty, you have fatigue penalty, residual as a result. And it's not just that. It's now Lindsay 2 races in a row has done. I think she did 60 burpees here today. She did 90 burpees in Seattle, and yet 2 second-place finishes despite that. I think we have to look at that and say, when she has her A race, when she's finally on, everybody watch out, because I think she's going to be unbeatable.
I mean, I don't see anyone beating Lindsay if Lindsay has a clean race. I just don't all season long. So, yeah, she's got to maybe put in some practice after the race today and find a way to make it happen, and she'll be unstoppable.
And a tough day for Rhea Coble after running herself to a podium position with just one obstacle to go.
Oh, I know.
And on the multi-rig for the second year in a row, taking burpees. We're going to get some women's highlights right now. And again, here at the start line, look how quick they came out, and look at the cadence and relaxation in the stride of Nicole Miracle. And talk a bit about when you drop the hammer early on in a race, what you're trying to do to the field.
I think that Nicole Miracle, she's going faster than everybody else, but I don't know that she's working harder than anybody else. I think that she just is that fast and smooth, and she was able to go out at a comfortable working pace that didn't redline her in the same way that it did Hunter.
And despite that, Hunter still managed to obviously hold off Robert Killian, and we'll get back to that. But Alyssa Hawley did a great job using the obstacles to pull herself back into this race. And again, Nicole surprising the world with how well she crushed all of the heavy carries.
Really, it wasn't just her running skills, and it wasn't just her obstacle grip strength that helped her. She really crushed those heavy carries, and she proved that she's a very well-rounded obstacle course racer. She has come to make people work.
And we talked about Rhea Coble and how she just had this misfortune on the final obstacle at the same course 2 years in a row, and she lost her podium position both times. And are you surprised with her gymnastics background that grip-based obstacle was her undoing?
I think it's been a while since she's been involved in gymnastics, so I think she knows she has work to do. She's obviously a very hard worker. She's in school at Stanford. She has a lot going on, but she's excited, and she knows what she has to work on, and she will improve.
If she tweaks just those couple little things, I mean, she's as dangerous as anyone in this field. Her physical gifts are off the chart.
I agree. I totally agree. Yeah, her talent is there, and she's hungry. She's hungry, and she wants it, and she knows she's capable. So keep your eye on Rhea Coble throughout the season.
So moving into Palmerton right now, we have Nicole Merkel taken first, and look at the joy. Who are our favorites? Top 3 women moving forward into Palmerton. Who do you got?
Ooh, I'm going to go Lindsay, and then I'm going to go, Alyssa did so well in Palmerton last year, and she's such an incredible downhill runner. I think she's still working on the uphill. I mean, she's great. But at the same time, Lindsay has the uphill, she has the downhill. She is the full package when it comes to a course like Palmerton, or arguably any course. I expect to see Millie Boone actually stepping it up more and more. She's phenomenal on that course in Palmerton, and she'll have a whole month to work on grip state obstacles, and I think that'll really pay off.
And here's your women's results up on the board. In first place, Nicole Merkel, taken first by 8 seconds over Lindsay Webster, and we know the gap could have been much more, but she really took her time to make sure she didn't fail that multi-rig. Alyssa Hawley coming in about a minute behind Lindsay with 1:23.51. And then the gaps began. Rhea Coble and Faye standing in that next chase group. And then
Becca and Amelia.
when you see this,
I will say, Nicole Merkel, if we break down her race, her strategy was impeccable. I mean, she went out quickly and dropped people, but not too hard that she redlined later on, because she did not. And then when it came to the final obstacles, she knew Lindsay's strengths and weaknesses. She knew her own. She timed things perfectly to win to finish just enough to win.
and it looked like she she waited to start the multi-rig until Lindsay basically finished her burpee. So she said, I'm going to rest, I'm going to rest, I'm going to rest.
Exactly.
Oh, she's going. Now I'll go. And I know I'm faster through this obstacle than
Strategy.
Lindsay anyways.
Exactly. I know I'm faster through this obstacle. I'm banking on hitting this obstacle and completing it. Or if I were to fail, I'm planning on failing it. Starting and failing it before Lindsay does.
Because
she just
what
thought
a
it through.
heartbreaker that would have been if she waited all that time and had to go to burpees. So we're going to check out a map of the U.S. Championship Series. Races coming up, and we are headed to Palmerton next in Pennsylvania, and it's probably the most mountainous course that we've got on this series, long, grueling hiking climbs. It's July 8th. Matt, what do you think is going to happen there in that Palmerton race?
It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. But I'm excited. I think Ryan Atkins is going to shine. I think Hunter's going to shine. But holy smokes, Hobie Call seems to be shining everywhere.
Yeah.
I think it's a Robert Killian course. Bracken's done really well there before. It's got a great descent to reward those who make it to the top unscathed. So it's going to be a close battle.
So, guys, we're going to be taking a look back at 2016 in the U.S. Championship Series. Rose, thanks so much for joining our team and being here today. And we're going to take a look at that right now, and we will see you back here shortly. Now a look at the U.S. Championship Series from 2016.
After 7 miles and several lead changes, it's still a battle for control in the men's elite race, with Ryan Atkins and Robert Killian arriving at the Bucket Brigade moments before Cody Moat, who is once again attempting to come from behind after struggling in the swim obstacle.
The Bucket Brigade, I thought, if I'm strong enough on this, I can possibly get back into first place. And I've got to get myself in that mindset. And there's going to be times where I'm going to want to quit. It can get bad. It actually put you in a hole a little bit.
I was in the pain cave definitely as soon as I started. The pain cave is a dark place you go at later stages in the race. I'm in a tremendous amount of pain, and it's just brutal, but you have to go there in order to do well. My legs were so fried from the other steep uphill carries that I was trying to limit my losses and get through it as quick as I could.
I came around a corner, and sure enough, I see Robert and Ryan. I'm thinking, I got a chance. Forget this third place stuff. You know, we're going for first again. And at that point, I started pushing hard. Coming into the rope climb, I'm thinking, this is my race. I believe I can win. Well, I'm going faster, and I'm kind of seeing Robert at the corner of my eye. I'm gaining on him right here. but at the same time, I didn't even see Ryan coming.
At that moment in the race, it's super intense because you're all vying for that first place position. And knowing that the end is in sight, you don't have to save anything. You just go into this crazy mode of going as hard as you can, and that's what I did.
Ryan came into the barbed wire just a couple feet ahead of me. I got under there, I got rolling, got so dizzy, I couldn't see anything. The rocks are cutting your skin and you can't see the wire. You're hoping you're not going to cut your face up. A Spartan race needs to test you in every way, and it's just another test. You can't have a weakness. You got to be solid all the way around. You can't just be a good runner. You can't just be strong. You got to have it all. You got the best athletes in the world right here.
Spartan Super comes to a dramatic conclusion, with Ryan Atkins edging out Cody Moat for first place, and Robert Killian close behind in third.
And we are back in Monterey, California for the Golden State Classic Race 2 in the Spartan U.S. Championship Series. And we are in the booth with your women's champion today, Nicole Miracle, with an amazing, nearly wire-to-wire victory. What an incredible performance today, Nicole. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
And take us through your race strategy, what you were thinking, and how it felt out there.
All right. So I pretty much went in with the same race strategy I always do. Take it out hard from the gun and try to put some distance on everybody who can do bucket carries better than me and those type of things. So I took it out hard, and the typical, like, Lindsay, Ray, Faye were pretty close to me. We got to the bucket, and I probably had my best bucket carry ever. I actually didn't get passed by anyone. And then I made my spear for one of the first times ever. And then I just tried to hammer the downhills, and I knew that Lindsay would be right on my tail. Got to the sandbag carry, and it wasn't a double sandbag this time. That was exciting. And then, but still, I knew that Lindsay was going to be really fast on the downhills.
How comfortable did you feel on that downhill to sandbag? From the video footage, you looked super
comfortable.
Smooth.
It's brutal. It was a brutal downhill. It was just like a lot of pounding on the legs. Like, people think that downhills are easy, free energy,
right?
But it really takes it out when you're going that fast downhill. Yeah.
So you talked about how you were better on the bucket, you hit your spear. What have you been doing to prepare specifically for this race, and how has your training changed in the last year as you've gone from like a rookie to a veteran in the sport?
I started carrying buckets. Who knew that, like, practicing that would help? Yeah, so I've done a few bucket carry type of workouts just recently, in like the last month or two. Besides that, the last 2 weeks I actually have been resting a lot because I was trying to get through a 3-week intensive class that I had, and so just because of having to devote so much time to that and being like a little stressed, a little like under, not like sleeping quite enough, I took a step back in training, and I think the rest actually did myself like a favor for this race.
Absolutely.
But I'm gonna get back into it after this. Yeah.
Were you expecting to win today?
I knew that I like the last 2 weeks haven't like had any like fantastic workouts or anything, been taking a step back, but I still knew that this course is like right up my alley. It's fast, it's all runnable. I was hoping for no double sandbags.
How can you take this confidence into a race following, which is Palmerton, which will have double sandbags, lots of climbing, precarious descending? Do you feel like you can carry that confidence and and
Yeah.
change your mindset and say, hey, no, this course is also for me?
Yeah, I felt a lot stronger on the carries. So I think that implementing those types of workouts is serving me well. And I descended the fastest today. So I think that I'm confident on the descending. Palmerton, the footing is a lot more precarious for sure. So it's a different type of descending. But
At what point in the race did you feel like, hey, I've got this thing in the bag?
Ooh.
Because I assume you felt you had it, and then Lindsay came up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I felt at the spear. Like, making the spear throw was just such a confidence booster. And so I thought, I have it here. I just have to get through the rest of the running, just run hard. And then I knew that the last 2 obstacles were grip strength obstacles. And so, not that I was like banking on Lindsay falling, but I knew that that's my strength. That's like my bread and butter, is like the twister, the rig.
Did you have any lack of confidence at all going into the twister or the rig?
No. I mean, Lindsay
you put
actually
all
was
your
a little
chips
bit
in.
ahead of
You
me.
waited till the, I know we saw,
Yeah.
you waited till the last second until she was done. You rested as long as you could. It was all or nothing. So had
Yeah.
you fallen, whereas many might say, hey, touch it, jump off it, start your burpees,
Yeah.
and hope it's just a burpee race. But you're saying, no.
Oh,
we're
for
not
the
gonna
rig?
make-
Yeah,
at the rig,
I
you
had
said you're gonna
100%
make it.
confidence that I would make
and
the
you looked
rig.
like it. And it was a great bet and gamble
Yeah.
to make, and to make it with full confidence is an impressive way to win.
We are here with your Golden State Classic women's champion, Nicole Miracle. Here's a look at the highlights right now. And, Nicole, you're going to get to walk us through this thing right now. So, here at the start line, and what are your thoughts right here out of the gates?
Thoughts are take it out hard, take it out right from the gun, and try to put some distance on some of the people that don't have the same running background. Yeah.
So you came through over the walls. First mile was kind of slightly uphill. You started hitting some real hills in miles 2, 3. And on some of them almost power hikey. But did you run all those?
I ran most of it. Yeah, a slow run, but I ran most of it. I only hike when I feel like I'm not going any faster.
Okay, so we came through mile 4 over the A-frame, the pull on the plate drag, and then when you hit this running sandbag carry, we said, I think she's running faster with the bag than without it. Did you just feel smooth? What happened?
Yeah, I ran really fast at the start of the sandbag carry, and actually I had to like yell to some guys to like please move out of the way. Yeah, but I felt really strong running with it.
Okay, so then all of a sudden Lindsay comes out of nowhere and she's on you. And how did this happen? And what was going through your mind?
I knew that she was close to me, and I definitely let her get a little bit farther ahead than I should have, because I could have easily stuck right with her, but I was just thinking I've got twister and the rig, and I have to nail those.
So you weren't redlining there. You were strategic.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so.
Which I don't know if that's the best way to go.
Well, you kept her in your sights.
Like,
and
I'm jogging there.
And you guys came into the final 2 obstacles, and did you think, hey, she's going to fail this, or were you thinking, I'm going to have to do these faster than her?
I was pretty confident that I could do the twister faster, but I also thought there was a good chance she might fall.
And so when she did, your thought was basically slow down, no mistakes?
Yeah.
Or?
Just get through this and then rest as much as I could before the rig to make sure that I nail it.
How big did your eyes get when you got to that multi-rig and that was all you needed?
I mean, I believe that I could win going into this, but it was a little bit, it was a little surprising getting to that last obstacle and realizing it.
And so now you've got 2 races in the books. You ran a pretty good race in Seattle. And you've got this first place finish here. And what are you thinking for the season? Are you thinking, hey, I can win this thing?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm now done with school, so I've got more time to devote to training and getting after those bucket carries and the sandbag. So yeah, feeling pretty confident.
So looking at the standings right now, how it shook out today, are any surprises for you about where people finished?
Becca, I think Becca had a really great race. She came, I think her training last year, she was injured and her training hasn't been as consistent as she would like to have had this year. But yeah, it's so Becca coming out for a 6th place finish is solid.
So moving forward, who do you think is your top threat to push you off the podium or to push you out of that top spot in Palmerton?
There's so many good women in this. I mean, Lindsay, obviously, she's just so solid. You know, throughout the season last year, she won every race. But then also, Alyssa is just a powerhouse at the carries, and I think Palmerton and Asheville are going to be really tough races to beat her at. So definitely have my eye on her, and then Faye as well.
What are your thoughts on Amelia Boone's comeback?
And Amelia, for sure, yeah. You can't count her out. I think this was a good race for her, definitely. I think she, I don't know if she felt quite ready to come out today. And so, definitely props to her for getting on the line. And it's hard. I know, like, after being gone for a year or two, it's really hard to toe that line again, especially at a really competitive race like this. So I think she's going to continue to improve and just build confidence.
So what are you going to be working on now as we pivot towards some more mountainous races? How is your training going to shift?
I'll be doing lots of ascents of Green Mountain and Sanitas in Boulder, and just putting in a lot more heavy carries, I think.
Yeah.
And more miles. I haven't done very many long runs so far, so yeah.
So I think, it's incredible the growth that we've seen from you in the last year or so, and I think it's very clear that you're going to be a huge contender throughout the rest of the season and into world championships. You got a world title in your mind this year?
Yeah, definitely. I got my eye on the rest of the series and then the world championships in Tahoe. Yeah.
Road to Tahoe. And how did Tahoe go last year? Run our viewers back through like how it worked out. And this first time you run Tahoe, it can be a traumatic experience for a lot of people. So
I would explain it like that. It was a little bit traumatic. I was not ready for the cold weather. I fell off the monkey bars because my hands were frozen. I was sick going into it, and so I just wasn't in like the best physical state as well. So it was rough.
Well, now you are in the best physical state that we've seen you in, and your women's champion today, Nicole Miracle, absolutely crushing the course today. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll be back with Hobie Call in a moment.
Legacy means leaving a footprint so that someone else can look at it and say, you know what, that person did something amazing.
It's unforgettable. It just carries meaning and carries weight and emotion.
Legacy might be the most important thing out there, to leave this world a better place.
You know, you kind of measure yourself to those legacies and things that people accomplish that almost seem unreal.
Takes diligence, takes focus, takes all your heart.
A legacy in any facet of life is a pretty special thing, something that, lives on beyond you and kind of above you.
One day, my son's gonna look at me, and when I'm gone, my legacy to him will be like, I'm a Spartan. I am a Spartan.
What's so important about carrying these weights, struggling and cheering on your fellow comrades? It's so important because it gives people the belief in themselves. I am a warrior, I am strong, I am resilient. That warrior mythos, it exists in every human being. But many of these first world things need to be erased to get to that warrior ethos inside. The race, the wind, the trees, the mud, working together, running together, struggling together. It takes away all the noise.
This movement transcends cultural barriers, and it's affecting people from every corner of the world. It occurred, this was much bigger than just a weekend event. This was a sport. In the last 4 years, we've seen this sport grow and grow and grow. It's been a hell of a ride.
The U.S. Championship Series is really starting to define the sport as a whole. We've got 6 races to test somebody over multiple distances. Who is the fittest across all of these domains? Who really is the best?
We're hitting the best athletes in OCR against each other. We're out there battling as hard as we can.
Very, very competitive. To win, it's going to take perfect performance.
Every race takes everything out of you.
It's about heart, grit. It's basically about human survival. It's about being tested and living up to that test.
Welcome back to the Golden State Classic in Monterey, California, the second of 5 races in the Spartan U.S. Championship Series. And of course, these 5 races are the 5 biggest races on the road to Tahoe, the World Championships in Lake Tahoe. It's going to be an incredible event, September 29th, so be sure to get yourself signed up to be, the man next to me right now is actually your defending world champion, the man who won last in Lake Tahoe, Hobie Call, your 2-time world champion and today's champion of the Golden State Classic. Congratulations on your victory today, a well-fought race.
Thank you very much.
And take us through this race a little bit, how you felt out there, and what was your strategy?
Well, my strategy is always to run my race. You know, don't get caught up in what everybody else is doing. Run your own race. But honestly, I came into this feeling really good. I came in saying, either I'm going to win or somebody out there is just better than I am, because I'm 100% today. So it's a great confidence booster to come in like that. At the same time, it's a little bit scary because you're like, if I don't win, maybe I'll never win again.
For the fun of it, let's just take a tangent from a normal interview.
Yep.
Are you familiar with the term that's popular amongst Instagram right now, amongst the kids, #steez?
I must be way too old.
That's okay, you are, and so am I, but this is an interesting segue because steez is a combo of the words style and ease. You looked like you had style out there today and ease, and you put it to the kids who are using that term as a 40-year-old to come in and dominate that hard. Not only sets a precedence for a cool concept that you can still dominate people, all of us can keep dominating as we get older. I think that's almost more important as a whole than what you did today winning the race.
Well, thanks. No, I did. I set myself up to finish strong, and luckily I was feeling good, and I was able to. And it's great to be able to finish like that. Just come in really hard and strong and make it to the finish line.
So with all these young guys out there today, and Hunter obviously pushing the tempo early and setting the tone for the race, were you ever in moments of concern or distress, or did you always feel like, I'm just going to sit here and let this unfold?
Well, you have to just sit there and let it unfold. There's no choice there. But I was a little. Going up the last hill between 6 and 7 miles, we're going up the hill, and I'm like, I got to catch these guys at the top of this hill, because then it's just downhill and then the gauntlet at the end. And I'm not going to beat Hunter through that gauntlet with the Hercules hoist and the tower flip. He's going to go faster, so I have to be ahead of him at that point, or I'm not going to win this race. And so I was fighting to catch him up the hill, but it was single track and windy, so you couldn't actually see far ahead of yourself. And so I'm running hard thinking, am I gaining on these guys or not? I didn't even know until I got to the top and we could finally see him at the very end. And I'm like, oh, good, I'm catching him. I'm not there, but I'm catching him, you know. And so it was a little nerve-wracking going up that hill, but...
And were they together at that time, or had there been a
gap between Hunter and Robert were going back and forth. Hunter would pass him on the carries, and then on the climbs, Robert would pass him back. And so, but both of them were 30 to 40 seconds ahead of me until...
It's almost like they were beating themselves up, putting you in prime position to do what you do best, which is come by with your race.
I'm not sure if they were beating themselves up. They were still moving pretty fast. But, right. Yeah, they were definitely fighting each other for sure. And I had to finish real strong in order to catch him and then get a lead on him.
You started out the race in 10th. Are you concerned when you're kind of sitting back and the pace is fast, or are you thinking, what are these guys doing?
Early in the race, first few miles, I don't worry about it. I got to get into myself and fill my own comfort zone. I know it's a long race, so I don't worry about the first 2 or 3 miles. They get half a minute ahead. That's not a problem. You can't win a race in the first 2 miles of a race, no matter how fast you take off.
So we're going to take a look back at the race, and you're going to walk us through this thing.
Oh, cool.
Tell
I
us
get to
about
watch
your
myself.
strategy. Tell us about the mindset. See how
All
pretty
right.
you look. And we're going to take a
Marvelous.
look right now. So out of the gates, we had a really star-studded cast of athletes up there at the front. And pre-race, was there anybody you were concerned about as we came out of the gates at the start?
You know what? Hunter's amazing. He always is, and we know he's been training hard the last few months, so you're never sure what you're going to get out of him. Robert Killian always takes off strong and hard, and it's always whether you're going to catch him in the end or not. And then, of course, Ryan Atkins. He's always solid, you know, so yeah, any slip up in any one of these guys, plus a few more guys. I mean, and Cody Moat, you know, so it's like
so much talent.
One set of burpees and you're done. There's too many guys out there running too strong.
So you moved up to about third, fourth position about halfway through the race, and still it looked like a two-man battle up front. And then how was your confidence in that you were going to track these guys down?
I was gaining on Hunter and Robert a little slower than I was hoping I would. And actually, I wasn't even sure if I was gaining on him until the top of that last hill. But that was the plan. The plan was to chase him down and get him in the last couple miles.
Body language, the expression of Hunter right here, that's what we saw a lot of, the distress in the face. I think he put a lot of effort early in trying to set his,
yeah,
goal there.
I knew those two were tired. I knew I had that going for me. They've been fighting each other the whole race. They went hard from the beginning. So I knew they were tired, and I knew I was still feeling good. So it was just a matter of being fast enough to actually catch them and then see what happens.
So were you training specifically for this race, or is this just another race, another bump in the road on the way towards World Championships?
It's all this race, World Championships, the whole series I'm training for. Yeah, so I'd say my training was very well suited for this specific race, yes.
Was there any obstacle today that you were on at the moment where you thought, that's kind of challenging, I'm a little maybe afraid of falling off or failing?
No, I was a little worried going into the tire flip because that's a heavy tire. So I wasn't sure what it was going to be like, but I hit it.
You'd done it in Seattle.
Yeah, I've done it in Seattle. I've done it in Arizona. So I've done it a couple times. But that tire can always scare you. But I think I had a little adrenaline going there because I knew Hunter was right behind me.
You actually lifted it faster than he did. But taking a look at the results right now, and hoping you can see that you took this thing by about 40 seconds. And then it was real tight the rest of the way between Killian and Hunter and Atkins. And did it shake out about the way you expected? Did anybody surprise you?
No surprises. I was just happy it turned out the way it did. I told myself I was hoping I'd have a little more of a cushion, but you know what? I'll take 40 seconds. That's great.
And what was your thought on Cody Moat today? You didn't really see much of him out there. Did you encounter him out in the course?
Only early on. He just, today just wasn't one of his better days. So I still think he's got it in him, but, we all have our ups and downs.
And so moving forward, right, we have Palmerton coming up, and it's a steep climb, long, grueling ascents. And who do you think is the biggest threat to you going into that race?
I think Palmerton is Ryan Atkins and possibly Hunter also, but Ryan loves that real technical terrain, and the technical terrain is a lot different than out here today. Out here it was all trails. We could see where we're running and just open up and go. When I'm stepping and you can't see where your foot's landing because there's high grass and brush and stuff, that changes. And Ryan Atkins is definitely going to excel on that sort of course.
So which course would you say coming up of the next 3 races that we have in the championship series are you most excited for?
I'm excited for all of them. I'm planning on retiring at the end of this year, and every race is just a victory of 40 years of training and a celebration, So every race is just a big party regardless of how it turns out.
Come on, how many times have you told us that you're going to retire at the end of the season?
Only once.
That's
stories.
a good question. What does retiring mean, and why would a person possibly say the word retire when retire might mean getting out of shape or losing a fitness lifestyle and losing health?
No, definitely not losing the fitness lifestyle, just not spending all of my time training to try to win races. I've got other goals in life, things I want to do, and right now this takes up all the extra time I have, and it has my whole life. So I got a family to raise and other things to do, so hopefully I can still come enjoy events for years to come, but probably not in elite heat. Definitely won't be shooting for the podium. This is the last year of that.
So, okay, one more world title in the pocket. That's the plan, and then walk off into the sunset swan song. We're going to take a look at the map. We'll see you in Palmerton next.
All right.
So that's July 8th. It's going to be an incredible race. So Palmerton, we're on the East Coast for Palmerton, then Asheville at the end of July. West Virginia is a course that I think none of us have done before. This might be a new one, but it's the only beast in the U.S. Championship Series. So I know you're looking forward to all of these long, grueling climbs. Good courses to come.
Yep.
Hobie, congratulations again on an amazing race today. And we're excited for a great season. When we come back, Hunter McIntyre and Amelia Boone. We'll do interviews with both of them next.
The top 3 elite men are locked in a dogfight heading into the final half mile of today's Blue Mountain Challenge. Through his clinical approach to the course, Ryan Atkins continues to fend off Robert Killian, whose emotional roller coaster of a race has only worsened as Hunter McIntyre continues to chip away at Ryan and Robert's lead, heading into the log carrier.
Once I got to the bottom and turned around, I could see Robert. There was still the possibility that he could close that gap. There's definitely a concern, but you can't control what the other guys are doing. I can control my effort, so I just focused on getting through it as best I could.
Get around the corner, and I'm just like, I'm gassed. Like, I can't run anymore. And then I see Hunter coming down, pretty fast pace. I was like, man, I need to pick it up. I kept looking back, making sure he wasn't gaining on me. I worked all this way, got second. I need to go right now.
Now it's a race between Killian and I. We're in this death march. His legs, I'm sure, they're burning. My legs are burning. I know what he's thinking in the back of his mind. I have to beat Hunter. That's all he's thinking. It's searing back there. Pressure's real. The championship series is starting to really create a precedence in the sport. Who really is the fittest across all of these domains? Who really is the best?
How you finished?
It is exciting. It is painful. I can't find anybody who's tougher than somebody who guts it out, start line to the finish line in something like this. I respect people cross the line, but I respect those who beat me the most.
Taking home the win today, we got Ryan Atkins.
What's so important about carrying these weights, struggling and cheering on your fellow comrades? It's so important because it gives people the belief in themselves. I am a warrior, I am strong, I am resilient. That warrior mythos, it exists in every human being. But many of these first world things need to be erased to get to that warrior ethos inside. The race, the wind, the trees, the mud, working together, running together, struggling together. It takes away all the noise.
This movement transcends cultural barriers, and it's affecting people from every corner of the world. It occurred, this was much bigger than just a weekend event. This was a sport. In the last 4 years, we've seen this sport grow and grow and grow. It's been a hell of a ride.
The U.S. Championship Series is really starting to define the sport as a whole. We've got 6 races to test somebody over multiple distances. Who is the fittest across all of these domains? Who really is the best?
We're pitting the best athletes in OCR against each other. We're out there battling as hard as we can.
Very, very competitive. To win, it's going to take perfect performance.
Every race takes everything out of you.
It's about heart, grit. It's basically about human survival. It's about being tested and living up to that test.
And welcome back to Monterey, California for the Golden State Classic, Race 2 in the Spartan U.S. Championship Series. Right now, we are being joined by today's second-place finisher, Hunter McIntyre, making his debut for the season today emphatically.
First is the worst, second is the best, baby.
That's
I'm
how
gonna
it
throw
goes.
it out there.
I thought it was
everybody
if you're not
knows
first, you're
that. No, that's some bull crap. Second place.
Well, congrats on a
Amazing.
great race, and I described it this way. I said, one man made the race, another man won it, and you made the race today. You made it exciting.
Yeah, man, I charged out there. I came out to mess some people up. Hoo-ha! You know? I thought it was a great race. It was good to be next to some people like Hobie Call, who I love, man. He and I have been battling for like 5 years now, shoulder to shoulder. So it felt like old times. He smoked me like old times. But I consider him to be a different kind of weight class and athlete. You're looking at the heavyweight champ, and he's the pipsqueak champ. And I'll just leave that as it is.
What's your thoughts on getting beat by a man twice your age?
You know what? He just has a lot more going on where he's able to focus on the race. I'm focusing on things like weightlifting and underwater weaving.
As we continue to find out we're trying to find out who your father is, whether it could be me or Hobie. Are you excited about the fact that you're actually getting beat by us
look,
on occasion?
Here's the thing. I will always give Hobie credit where credit is due. Like, that guy is a world-class endurance athlete, and now he is a world-class, in one specific sport, which was marathoning, trail running, track athlete, and now he has developed himself to be the best in the world at obstacle course racing. I love to say that I'm a professional racer, but I always give, a focus to where I can develop myself to be a better athlete, and I always look to Hobie.
We talked on the phone last night, and I called you and I said, how do you think you're going to do? And you were emphatic that you were going to get first or second.
Yeah, dude.
And I was actually pretty amazed because we haven't seen you in so long. You've been deadlifting, and you've been, you said you weigh 2.0.
I'm in the 200s.
You're in the 200s.
I'm not going to give away all my
information. You've been in the 180s. So you've dominated in the 180-pound class, and you're still doing it at 200. How do you figure that?
Honestly, man, I am somebody who's so passionate about racing. It doesn't matter what size I come in at it, what kind of training that I've been putting in. I just believe in the fact that if whatever work that I've been putting in, it will put itself together to be a champion-looking, style.
So did you think, today when you're out and you took that lead and you took it to him hard and you got a little gap, were you like, I've got this race? Or were you thinking in the back of your mind, there's some guys lurking still, Hobie's always lurking?
Look, I knew when I took the lead at the Bucket Brigade, that's 2 miles in.
It's pretty early.
Yeah, so I was like, all right, Hunter, don't get too excited, but this looks great. Let's run with it. And I moved as fast as I could, but I had to be conservative. I knew that there was going to be that peak of a hill at the very end, and I could always run with the guys throughout that whole next section, but being at the size that I'm at and the training that I've been putting in, I knew I wasn't going to be available to be a contender at getting to the top of that hill.
You and Robert duking it out back and forth. It almost looked like enemies going at it. Would you say off
He
off
is
the track?
100% my enemy.
Okay, 'cause the mannerisms, it looked like he would pass you and you'd say and you'd pass him right back.
Yeah.
And it went back and forth. And it almost looked like kind of like a waste of energy, but yet it seemed like it was a battle that was important for you.
Racing is kind of a battle of egos and a battle of fitness. You always have to be prepared to know when your strong card is ready to be played. And for me, I'm more of a downhill guy and an obstacle guy. And he took advantage on those uphills, and I definitely wanted to make sure that he knew that I could match it, at least to some degree. So when he started punching up those hills, man, I was like, I'm following. I don't care how much harder you're going to push. I don't care if I'm bleeding in the lungs. So I did that.
You ever talk out there? Are you ever talking to the guys?
I'm smacking a little talk, just being like, hey.
To a little bit. I have some good memories of that.
Yeah, man.
On the course.
Look, you got to be vocal. You got to let people know that you are there to party, and I'm there to kick some ass. And I made some Trump moves that they couldn't match, but at the same time, they did the same. So you really got to pick your battles out there, and I think I held strong. But Hobie, obviously, he played everything perfectly, and that's why he's on top.
So where'd you get away from Killian? Because, Hobie told us a bit about how he tracked you down, but where did you break from Killian? Because there was a gap there.
I had probably like a 20-second lead at the beginning of that big climb, and I knew to myself right there, I'm like, you only have this much water and you're walking into the desert. Like, just survive, my friend. So I basically... I lost that lead.
You're going to see on a video replay coming up, not yet.
Yeah.
You're going to see the look of absolute
anguish.
Your wheels have come off. You're walking through. You're lost. You're scared. You're nervous. You're
I
like
was, dude. I knew because that's exactly where I lost the race last year. I took a big lead and I ran into that hill and I was like, oh crap. And then by the time I got to the hill last year, 3 people had passed me, and then I passed them all on the way to the bottom, and I ran with Ryan Atkins to the finish line. This year, I was running up this thing. Killian made his move on me probably about halfway up the hill. He probably got like a 15-second lead to me by the top, and then I closed it a little bit more, and Hobie had literally come shoulder to shoulder with me as we crested the top of this thing. And then we had probably about a mile going downhill, and I'm looking at my watch, and we're running 425 to 435 all the way down.
Like.
And I'm not going to lie.
If I were to guesstimate, I would say that you being passed by Hobie was almost a confidence, like you said. It's kind of like old times. You're comfortable with that situation. I bet when he passed Robert was like, just done.
Yeah.
Because his mannerisms changed, and all of a sudden you passed Robert like Robert wasn't playing anymore.
Yeah. Well, look, I knew where I was going to make my moves. A bucket carry and the downhill. I took my opportunities. I would say capitalized. But I'd say I'm in good fitness right now. But I will not match somebody who can run a sub-220 marathon when you have opportunity to stride out like that.
Are you concerned that when you throw the spear, it's ever going to go through it and break the rope?
I almost blew out that whole thing.
No,
I was actually nervous that someone might get hay in their eye. So I was like, Hunter, hold back a little bit. You don't want to hurt anybody.
You have the unofficial record of throwing a spear 77 feet. I was there for it. I recorded it. It was a magical moment for both of us.
So we're going to take a look at the results. We're going to let you break it down. Talk about who was out there today and kind of who made you nervous. And there were a few little gaps in there. But the top 4 guys were basically separated by about a minute 15.
Dang it. He beat me by 40 seconds.
He did.
I thought he only had me by 20. I'm a bad counter.
You nipped Killian by about 28 seconds, and he beat Atkins by 12. Were you surprised that Atkins pulled himself
beat Atkins by 12 what?
He beat Atkins by – Robert Killian beat Atkins by 12 seconds.
12 seconds, yeah.
So were you surprised that Atkins pulled himself back into the race given he's had some health problems, and he didn't really seem like he was up there truly in the lead pack at any time until right at the end?
Yeah.
And how did you feel about that battle with Killian? Because you guys are really slugging it out.
Well, I would say the top 4 guys are the most consistent people in the sport. Everybody below that is somebody who's a contender to be on the podium at any point in time. They're all superstars, but you just know that when you're going to go into a race that you're going to see these 4 guys battling it out, including myself. So I knew that Killian was going to be in super good shape. He fought super hard. I watched the whole live stream that you guys had last time, and he just had a couple mess-ups. Atkins obviously has been probably playing himself a little bit too hard in the endurance world. I admire his attitude and taking on life and all the opportunities that it has, but he probably, he didn't do himself any good by coming in here that tired. And I knew that he was going to come back strong. Like, Atkins is never somebody who's going to show up backside of the top 10. and make stupid moves. I mean, the guy is a professional, he is a contender, and he is probably the best guy in the world right now as of consistency.
So you made a debut again today, your season debut.
Yeah.
Amelia Boone made her season debut again.
The Booner.
What did you think about that?
I actually don't know what place she came in, but you know, seventh.
Yeah.
Look, she's a legend. So I think it just takes a little bit of just kind of dipping your toe in the pool and getting yourself a little bit accustomed to things. So it takes a second to get back. So she came back from some real struggle, and you always got to give somebody a little bit of buffer zone. You know, put the bumpers on the bowling lanes and be like, look, just have a good time this one, and then start going for gold.
Okay, so we had the big question. This is the last thing I want to ask you is, are you going to run the next 3 races in the U.S. Championship Series? Are you going to go for a win in the series?
No.
And none of them. Are you running any of them?
I'll run where I can, but I know I'm not going to go to Pennsylvania. I may show up just to go hang out and give some high fives, but as of right now, I'm not going to go to Pennsylvania, and I think I'm booked up for Asheville, and I'm going to do Swim Run World Championships, which is September 4th, and that's kind of like a very close window between that and the Summit Championship. So admittedly, it will be a heartbreaker not being able to be involved, but if you want to be a winner and put yourself in the best shape to the events that matter most, I have to focus, and I think Spartan's going to have to be on the back burner this year.
Are you taking Road to Tahoe, though?
I don't know yet, man. I've been in the sport for 5 years, and not that I don't respect the lineup of races that I've done normally. It's just that if I really want to test myself and enjoy the opportunities that I have, I got to build myself up and see where I'm strong in other places.
Well, I can tell you that we want to see you out there. We hope to see you out there for as many as possible. It's the fastest growing sport in the world, and when we come back, we're going to have Amelia Boone with us to talk about her debut and her return. Hunter, thanks for joining us, man. Congratulations today. Great run.
Rock and roll.
The race may be over for the men's elite, but the women's race is far from it, as Amelia Boone approaches the monkey net with a small lead ahead of Rose Wetzel.
I was like, I can get this, I can get through the monkey net, but there's always something where you could slip off of it, and that's your lead. So I'm gonna go slow on the monkey net, just be very deliberate about things.
Amelia's careful approach pays off as she completes the obstacle cleanly. But the race isn't over. Rose Wetzel comes barreling down the mountain, refusing to concede to Amelia.
I was sprinting down the hill, tired as I was, and my buddy John was like, come on, go for it. Go, Rose! So I was like, all right, this race is not over. You got Rose, stay left and clear it! I could feel my grip giving out, and I saw the bell just, a few inches away, so I just left with both hands, lunged for it. Tapped it, and was like, yes!
Amelia rolls through the barbed wire with ease, knowing only 2 obstacles stand between her and victory. With Amelia in her sights, Rose kicks into high gear when disaster strikes. Tangled in barbed wire and exhausted from the 18 obstacles and 4.5 miles of punishment, Rose removes herself from the web of jagged wire, and she has every intention of crossing the finish line.
Do it, go!
Rose's mishap proves costly, as Amelia finds redemption in these Palmerton hills and takes first place. Scraped and bruised, Rose finishes second, with April D close behind in third.
Obstacle course racing is phenomenal.
It interests the most athletic people on the planet, all the way down to those who are just getting off the couch for the first time and they're going to just to try to get fit. There's no barriers to entry. There's no $10,000 bike you need. You throw on a pair of shoes, you're gone and you're doing it.
It's an exceptionally fun thing to take part in. I mean, you get to run, jump, crawl through the mud, all these things that kids get to do every day for fun, and the us adults don't really get to do that much anymore.
To be outside and to forget whatever it was I was worried about, and then also be surrounded by friends experiencing that. It's a wonderful experience.
No two courses are alike. There's always a new physical challenge. There's always a new mental challenge.
Every race is exciting. Every single time there's a new competitor, someone that I'm wondering how they're going to be, how I'm going to compete against them, what they've been doing lately to prepare better. The obstacles are always changing. The course is always changing. There's always something that says, I have no idea what I'm up against.
When I started racing, it was pretty much just me most of the time that was, really taking it seriously as an athlete and actually training for it. We got a whole good handful of people now who are quite serious about it, so that competition just keeps getting better and better every year.
You race against world-class runners and insanely strong dudes, but in order to win these events, you got to be that complete package to put it all together. I think the physique that this sport builds is like the most well-rounded and kind of ultimate physique out of any sport I've ever done.
The sport asks for such a diverse athlete with so many different skill sets. They have to have speed, they have to have endurance, they have to be able to think on their feet.
Obviously, you have to have a lot of physical strength, but it comes down to a lot of mental strength as well.
Let's do this, man.
Balance is a big part of this race, and grip strength, running, endurance, figuring out how to fuel your body while you're in the middle of a race. No other sport has that. Spartan Race is accomplishing what I truly believe is defining the fittest man on the planet.
Welcome back to Monterey, California for the Golden State Classic, Race 2 in the Spartan U.S. Championship Series. And the race is over, and we are joined by Amelia Boone, your former world champ, making her season debut and return from injury. And you were in the booth with us last time.
I know. And I can't get rid of me. I'm back.
She's back. How stoked are you to be back out on the course?
I was really excited. I'll be honest, very, very nervous. It's been a very long journey, but I think for me it was really important. Like, the longer I stayed away, I was like, I don't feel ready yet. I'm not strong enough. I don't have the technique. But I'm like, the only way I'm going to get there is if I go out there and see where I am and gauge that. And so yeah, it was good.
Well, how'd it feel?
It was a little bit rough, I'm not going to lie. Huffing and puffing, and really have some things that I need to work on. But it's good. I'm thrilled to see how much competition there is out there now. And honestly, it gives me kind of now I kind of feel like the underdog. Now I'm like, oh, I can climb my way back up. And I like that. I like being in that position.
Well, we always talked about how you used to feel like you had so much pressure to win all the time.
Yeah.
And now you just get a race. So how's that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I put plenty of pressure on myself. But I think for me, it's really this entire journey of injury, of a year and a half off is really humbling me and making me realize that, it's not always going to be perfect, and that, it's kind of accepting where I am in that process, and it gives me a goal to work towards. So.
Amelia, how hard have you been training coming into this? As hard as you used to, half as much? Is the injury still in the back of your mind and being tentative, or?
Yeah, so part of it is mental, part of it is physical right now. I'm still running reduced mileage. I think actually the hardest part for me has been getting back into strength stuff and actually upper body stuff. But people are always like, well, you had a long time to just do upper body. I'm like, well, I had a sacral stress fracture and I couldn't do anything with my upper body for 5 months. And every time I go out there and lift something heavy or even hang from something, it's in the back of my mind. And the only way I can get over that is to keep doing it and to keep releasing. Like
what would be?
Yeah.
What makes you more nervous right now? Something heavy, like you used to dominate the heavy carries,
Yeah.
the suffering part. Do you feel more injury apt right now with the like the hanging obstacles, like the rig or the?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I was actually really nervous about like the tire flip and the bucket carry, but I crushed the bucket carry today. I passed like 10 women on the bucket carry. I didn't set the bucket down. And so I'm like, okay, I still have that. I felt my back like going and that starts to scare me. But I think for me it's building the confidence and the technique again. So I thought my grip strength was great, but apparently it's not. A lot of obstacles I've never really seen before. So I got to get back out there and practice those.
So we're going to take a look at the women's race, and you're going to get to talk us through this, and you're pretty good at that. And
Sure.
give us your thoughts on how the race played out, what people's strategies were. Talk about the top women. Talk about yourself.
Yeah. So yeah, from the get-go, I mean, it was a pretty quick start. God, I look so miserable right there. And as we start out on the flats, I hate running flats. And I was like, oh God, I'm going to have to chase a lot of these women.
But you sat back early. And
I sat back early, yeah, and I took my time. And, it for me, that's actually a really, I kind of like that. And I started to make up some ground as we started to climb. If there's one thing that I realized from the race today, it's that I still have climbing legs. And I really just need I love the gnarly, super long climbs. And we didn't have that today. So I'm looking forward to that, to Palmerton with that. Some rolling and some running. And
how'd the sandbag go? Because Nicole basically ran the entire thing. It was crazy to watch.
Yeah, I don't remember. I ran the entire thing down. I think I ran some of it back up. I don't remember. But yeah, it was definitely, it wasn't as brutal as a sandbag as I was expecting. But there were some gnarly climbs in there.
Do you feel like some of these younger girls who are coming new to the sport will be surprised when they go to Palmerton, and you'll be pleasantly excited to be back to it?
I mean,
in other words, do you think you can crack the top 3?
Yeah, I think Palmerton is a shock to anyone when they go in it for the first time. I think what's key for Palmerton is your ability to downhill as well without fear. And so we'll see. I don't know. I think Nicole ran Palmerton last year. Lindsay's run it. I don't think Rhea has. So I don't think it will be a shock to them. They know it. It's just the competition has gotten so much stiffer. And I think it's great because we keep pushing each other.
How many burpees did you do today?
I did 90.
Hey, improvements.
But I made my spear.
There it is.
Everyone, I made my spear.
So did you make the spear in your last race?
I did.
So you're 2 in a row.
2 for 2.
I think this is the low pressure Amelia Boone is what it is. So, okay, we have Palmerton coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's the plan for the rest of the season?
I don't know. I'm not going to chase the championship series this year, I don't think. For me, it's really key to make it to Tahoe and to get to that start line healthy. I really feel like this is, kind of like I don't want to say a swan song season for me, but like, I want to be there. Like, so I just want to make sure that I get there. So I'll definitely Palmerton. I love that race. And then I'll reevaluate. I may sit out the next 2 and just get in a good training block and then go for Tahoe.
So we're looking at the women's results right now.
Yes.
And you got in there, top 10, pretty good. and so talk us through, you've got Nicole Merkel up in front, nipping Lindsay Webster, and what are your thoughts?
That was a close race.
What are your thoughts on how that played out? And we can tell you if you don't know exactly how it played out.
So I heard that Nicole waited for Lindsay, right?
She just was catching her breath, and while Lindsay was doing burpees after the twister.
Now, did she do that to then see just to go for the
rig
rig at the same
resting her hands.
She was just getting her hands
the
ready
most
to go.
time you could wait before you get into that
So literally,
obstacle.
she started going when Lindsay finished her 30th burpee.
That is brilliant.
Mm-hmm. So she ensured a safe finish. But what were your thoughts on how that race played out with the top 5 women and Faye taking 5th and Rhea in 4th and?
So I actually, if I look at those results, I think that's probably what I was expecting coming into today. I expected out of myself. I was like hoping like top 10. If I can hang in top 10, I'm good. It makes sense, I think, with the type of those athletes that those women are. My big surprise and what I'm super stoked about there is Becca Clifford in 6.
You're not the first person to say that.
So stoked. I was trying to chase her down, and I couldn't. And she's fantastic, and I think she's on the upswing.
So for those viewers at home that don't know, Becca missed the entire year last year with injuries as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's as much a comeback story for her as it is for you. It's just that you were a household name, and nobody really knew who she was, but we knew she had the talent. So it's nice to see her running well and being back in it.
Super, super stoked, for her. So it's great. I mean, honestly, no offense, dudes, I'm way more excited about the women's competition, this season.
I think the parity on both sides is incredible. But what we're going to see with the women's competition is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
So you've gotten to check out the live feeds for the folks at home, but NBC Sports will be airing all of these races. First event, the Emerald City Open from Seattle that we were just at, is going to be on July 18th, 11 p.m. on NBC Sports. And today's race will air on August 15th, 10 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC Sports as well, all the way through to the World Championships, which will be on NBC. And how cool is it that this is our 4th season with NBC?
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Still going.
I was thinking about that, about like the first race we did in Tuxedo, the first NBC race in Tuxedo back in however, like 4 years ago, and I remember being like, oh God, don't get the cameras away from me. I was like running away from them, hiding. I think you were there.
I remember distinctly you wanted nothing to do with being in the spotlight.
Hey guys, I'm here.
And now look at it, and you're just like, you're a Muppet for attention. So it's funny how this stuff works out, but we've been lucky that Spartan has had this great partnership with NBC, and it's taken the sport to a whole other level. And now with this live thing, for the folks at home who are watching, it's been very fun to bring that to you as well.
Yeah.
So, and she might be back here in the booth with us at some point, but not in Palmerton.
I love Palmerton.
It's a great course, and I remember, Matt, you had a great expression that you said the first time you raced Palmerton. You said somebody dropped an Alaskan mountain in the middle of Pennsylvania.
That's right.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
It was a really good description.
I hear that West Virginia could be kind of similar.
I have a feeling.
Though I don't know. So if West Virginia ends up being similar, then maybe I'll run West Virginia too.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to know. Virginia gone.
So guys, talk about
a little bit depressing.
Right now, Palmerton Super coming up, Asheville, a totally different course. And then West Virginia, and we talked about West Virginia. We don't know what's coming there. It's the only beast in the series.
And it's a brand new venue, and I love that, actually. I love the fact that, like, it's something that's completely unknown for anyone. It's also a pain to get there. So I was, like, trying to look at flights. I'm like, where do I fly to? But that's besides the point. But I don't know. It should be fun.
Well, today was an epic day. We know we got a lot more epic days coming. The Golden State Classic, your men's champ was Hobie Call, your women's champ, Nicole Miracle. The debut return of Amelia Boone back at it. We've got a lot more awesome stuff coming, so stay tuned right after this.
2 or 3 years ago, when we started out with Spartan races, nobody really knew what was going to happen with it.
We are the fastest growing sport in the world.
I could see this being a sport as big as football, basketball, soccer, hockey.
I think it could be an Olympic sport.
It's really difficult, and that's what pulls us in, like this challenge.
Physical strength and physical prowess will only take you so far. Where you can succeed in this sport is your ability to adapt on the fly when something goes wrong. You could crumble at that point, you can give in, or you can say, I'm going to get back in this. It's psychological warfare. It's who wants it more. It's really pushing yourself beyond that comfortable threshold. Maybe a couple hours later, you want to do it again. Or maybe a couple days, actually.
We're all going to go through a journey together and battle each other and grind and sweat and bleed. We're just 1% of it. And that's the 99% of people that are out there grinding it through to just finish the damn thing. It's just phenomenal what this sport has done.
What's so important about carrying these weights, struggling and cheering on your fellow comrades? It's so important because it gives people the belief in themselves. I am a warrior, I am strong, I am resilient. That warrior mythos, it exists in every human being. But many of these first world things need to be erased to get to that warrior ethos inside. Erased. The wind, the trees, the mud. Working together, running together, struggling together. It takes away all the noise.
This movement transcends cultural barriers, and it's affecting people from every corner of the world. It occurred, this was much bigger than just a weekend event. This was a sport. In the last 4 years, we've seen this sport grow and grow and grow. It's been a hell of a ride.
The U.S. Championship Series is really starting to define the sport as a whole. We've got 6 races to test somebody over multiple distances. Who is the fittest across all of these domains? Who really is the best?
We're pitting the best athletes in OCR against each other. We're out there battling as hard as we can.
It's very, very competitive. To win, it's going to take perfect performance.
Every race takes everything out of you.
It's about heart, grit. It's basically about human survival. It's about being tested and living up to that test.
It has been an epic day in Monterey, California at the Golden State Classic. We now have 2 races in the Spartan U.S. Championship Series in the books and a tight race on both the men's and women's side and a tight series on the men's and women's side as well. A big congratulations to Nicole Miracle on the women's side for winning your title today, as well as to Hobie Call on the men's side. If you've ever thought about running a Spartan race, well, now's the time. Use code MEMORIAL and save up to $40 off all races. Go to Spartan.com today to find your race. And if you've signed up for a race, don't forget to check out shop.spartan.com, where you can find all your race gear. From compression shorts to Spartan tees, it's all at shop.spartan.com. Everyone, thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for watching. We look forward to another incredible, exciting event in Palmerton, Pennsylvania on July 8th. Tune in then. We'll see you then. Congrats again, Nicole Miracle, your women's champion, Hobie Call, your men's champion, and we'll see you all in Palmerton, Pennsylvania. Same start time. It's going to be July 8th. We'll see you there.